God, the playlist was a little slow tonight. I just put it on shuffle and hope for the best. Probably won't do that again. Welcome in, guys. It is Thursday night. It is a little after 7 o'clock. Sorry, it's a little bit later. Thursdays are always tough. I always end up having a longer day for whatever reason on Thursdays, and then I've got to try to cram everything in during and after hours. So, Todd's, welcome in. Gabe, welcome in. Saw both of you guys in the chat already. Appreciate it. Todd's, I'm sorry your 49ers aren't doing that well this year. I really thought that they were going to be much better this time around, and especially by this point. I actually thought that they had a shot at the NFC West, so a little off on that one. Yeah, I got you, Austin. I'm finishing up food real quick. Sorry, I figured you guys don't want to watch me eat. All right, let's see. Last one. All right, we are cruising. All right, guys, welcome in. I look, I'm gonna go ahead and spoil it. No mukbang stream, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and spoil tonight for you. The background is for who I'm picking for Thursday Night Football, so apologies if you happen to be a Miami Dolphins fan. This game does not shape up well for them tonight, and I'll tell you guys why here in a second. But yeah, that was. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna roll with the purple tonight because it's gonna look good pretty much all night. Ooh, I need to grab my laptop too. Welcome in. My name is Joe. For anybody that's here that doesn't know, my name is Joe. NFL Osophy on Twitch and on Twitter. Appreciate you guys coming in, spending the night with me. So tonight's gonna be fun. We're gonna do. We're actually gonna blaze through some of these games pretty quickly tonight. And the reason for that is there are actually a lot of lines that are pretty big. Probably don't want to spend a ton of time on, but we'll get to the important games and we'll talk about those in a little bit more. And that's the idea, right? The bad games we'll blow through unless somebody wants to talk to it. Sorry, Todd's turned it down for you. The games that we want to talk about, that you guys want to talk about, we will definitely get into if you guys want to talk about those a little bit deeper. But for the ones that are, 7, 8, 9, 10 points, 11 points, probably get through those pretty quickly. We'll hit on them and then move on to the next one so we can talk about the important games a little bit more. This is a big week. This is a really interesting week. The reason for that, there's some teams like Todd's 49ers that it's put up or shut up time. We are 9 weeks into the season, going into week 10. This is going to be a big week for some of those teams because there's a lot of teams that if you aren't 500 at this point, you're probably on the outside. You're definitely on the outside looking in. And even at 500, you're still probably on the outside looking in, right? So you got a team like the Niners who are 3-6. I don't think the Niners have had, or they're 3-5, right? I can't remember if the Niners have had their bye week or not yet. Yeah, Niners are 3-5. So, got teams like the Niners, the Seahawks, 3-5. There's not really much going on there. You got the Falcons, the Panthers at 4-4, 4-5. You got who else? The Vikings are 3-5. Those are the teams just in the NFC that are still going, that are there on the edge, are going to have to figure it out. Big win last week for the Broncos, kept them at 5-4, keeps them very, very well into the AFC West race, right? So you've got the Chargers at 5-3, Raiders at 5-3, couple big games for them this week. Kansas City, big game for them, obviously, because they're playing the Raiders this week. And then the Broncos. Can the Broncos do it again this week? So 5-4 for the Broncos and for the Chiefs. So AFC West still wide open, not as strong as it looked whenever we started off the year, right? And the AFC is pretty. You've got two divisions that are just wide open in the AFC North and the AFC West. The top and bottom teams separated by only a game or so. The other two divisions, you've got one really good team, one other team that's kind of hanging around in there, and then two really bad teams. So the AFC in general is just kind of a mismatch where the entire NFC, it feels like you know who is good in the NFC for the most part. There's a couple of teams that could still sneak into that wild card spot. So huge week. November is where the money's made, right? Is This is where teams basically put themselves in the conversation of, hey, we're going to be in the in the playoff race, or we're going to be playing for a draft pick. So huge week this week, even though some of the games aren't the best. Last week showed that just because you're a big dog doesn't mean you can't upset another team. I mean, Jacksonville took out Buffalo last week, so anything's possible on Sunday. Big week for a lot of teams. And then obviously we got some news this week. So we got Aaron Rodgers coming back. We got Wolverine coming back to the Seahawks. Russ, he's the healer, right? The great healer, Mr. Russ Wilson, according to his doctor's hype video, or his hype video of him at the doctor, which is kind of weird, by the way, right? Like taking a video of yourself at the doctor as you're getting your exam. It's a little bit weird, but hey, good for him, man. Like, for him to be able to come back quicker than he has all in the past, pretty awesome. So good for him, good for Russ. Wolverine comes back right on time for him, earlier than what everybody else would. I started to call Russ Deadpool, right? So 18 to 20 hours of rehab a day. Let's get some sleep, bro. Gabe, I guarantee you he's sleeping. So Russ would have you believe that his entire day consists of wake up, rehab, wake up. It's like wake up, right? Rehab for 16 to 18 hours a day. Watch film for another 10 hours a day. Get his full 8 hours of sleep, because you need good sleep to be able to recover, right? So somehow the numbers just don't add up in the math of what Russ Wilson says he can do in a day. I don't know. Maybe he's running on 30-hour days. I need to figure out what that game plan is, because I'm certainly missing out on it. I certainly am not getting my 8 hours of sleep a day, nor am I rehabbing 18 or working out for 18 hours a day. It's crazy. Vinny, welcome in. That man rode a Peloton with 20 doctors/scientists around him and made a video on it. Exactly. I wish Aaron Rodgers would have done the same thing. Would love to see who his doctors were. Or is it just him and Joe Rogan working out? Is that it? He's Hermione Granger. He's got healing potions hidden in the back, Austin. I mean, good for him. I mean, it's awesome. And for a doctor to put out, a statement like that, I feel like that. How often does a doctor just come out and be like, yeah, this guy's not human, right? This guy he's something else. He's an alien. He's Wolverine. He's dead. He's not Deadpool. He's not nearly as cool as Deadpool. Him and Joe just hanging out. Yeah, exactly. Joe's like, oh, you pass me the ivermectin. We're gonna, let's get back to the curls. And he's like, I've got to do my yoga instead. So for Aaron, or Karen, as we learned, is his new nickname on social media, Karen Rodgers. So yeah, big week. We also have OBJ to the Rams. So let's jump into this a little bit. Let's get going, because I want to try to get in most of these games before we get to kickoff tonight. Let's see. All right, so some big news this week, right? And actually, both of these two things came today. So OBJ going to the Rams, Cam signing with the Panthers. Now, I'll say this about Cam's deal. I need some more information on those numbers. Look, we've talked about this before on stream, right? The first numbers that come out for a contract, the first numbers that Schefter or Rap Sheet or Breer or Pelissero or any of those guys, or Diana Rossini or any of those people, the first numbers that come out, 99% of the time they come from the agent. When it comes from the agent, you're going to get the fattest, most bloated numbers that contract can have. Like the whole, and here's the thing, is it sets the tone, right? And we learned about this, and we'll talk about this too a little bit with the Schefter and Dalvin Cook situation, is they do that for a reason. Because when you get a guy like Adam Schefter, who tweets out, 10 years, $500 million on a contract, everybody goes, wow, he got 10 years, $500 million. Okay, well, it's, that's great. And that's the story everybody's now going to run with, because nobody wants to be late to the game. It's not like Rap Sheet's going to wait and say, and not report anything. He's gonna figure out, he's gonna find that same thing and say, "Yep, 10 years, 500 million." And then you wait a couple days, 2-3 days, and then the real numbers come out, and it's like, yeah, it's a 5-year deal. That's, $500 million or whatever it is, and then once that happens, like you start to break down the numbers and you realize, hey, it's really like a 2-year, $20 million deal, and it's not even close to what was reported. So it's super interesting the way all of that happens. But agents do it to set the tone. They want to be able to, hey, look, I got my guy 5 years, 500 million or whatever it is, right? They love to be able to say that. The reality is pretty much every contract in the NFL is a 2-year or 3-year deal packaged up as something else, packaged up as 4, 5, 6 years, whatever it may be. Taysom Hill, perfect example. There's literally void years in the end of his contract just to be able to stretch it out. So and make that hit look a little bit less. Now I will say the 4.5. You're right, Vinny. So 4.5 is 100% guaranteed, and a total of 10 is if they win the Super Bowl. So I hadn't seen all of that yet. So the 4.5 guaranteed feels like a lot. I mean, the vet minimum for him is going to be $1 million. 4.5 for what, 8 games at this point seems like a lot. 4.5 guaranteed. And then the other thing is $1.5 million roster bonus. I don't know when the roster, it was reported that there was $1.5 million roster bonus. No clue when that roster bonus kicks in. It becomes irrelevant, right? If there's $1.5 million roster bonus, what would that be? Like, when would that kick in? So roster bonuses are based on a player being on the roster at a given date, right? So at what point does that roster bonus kick in? Week 17? Maybe? Week 15, week 14? But at that point, if it's $4.5 million guaranteed, they've probably already paid him pretty much all of it. So again, we got to wait for like the actual year, like it basically how much is salary, how much is bonus, when is that roster bonus? Is it all actually 4.5, 100% guaranteed like that, Vinny? Or is it like, is it an injury bonus? So I've seen agents report an injury bonus, which basically says, hey, or an injury guarantee, as, hey, if this player gets injured for whatever reason, he's guaranteed X millions of dollars. That's a guarantee of sorts, but it's not a total guarantee. So I'm curious if there's like an injury guarantee that's lumped into that 4.5 million. If the 1.5 million roster bonus is factored into that. I got to see the structure of the contract to better understand that. The numbers only tell about 20% of the story. The actual structure itself tells everything else. So really interesting signing by them. I said earlier, basically having PJ Walker out there and seeing what PJ has given you in his mop-up duties whenever he's come into the game after Darnold's been hurt now twice. It doesn't give you hope that he's going to be able to do anything good or anything special. So we'll see. I think PJ Walker gets into the game. I think PJ Walker probably goes for the game this week. The weird thing is Carolina is playing this like they feel like they're still in contention, like that they can still make the playoffs and make some noise once they get to the playoffs. I mean, let's look at it like this: they're 4-5. They still have a bye week, right? So they've had 9 games. When is their bye week? They've had let's see, Carolina. So they're 4-5. Carolina gets Arizona this week, which is going to be brutal. They get Arizona, Washington, and then their bye week is week 13. By their bye week, they should know if they're going to be in or not, right? So they just lost to New England. That was a tough loss for them. If they win that game, I give them credit. They are playing for the 7th seed, Vinny. I mean, that's all they've got left at this point, right? So Arizona this week. I mean, I don't necessarily know you take Cam and run him out there. Cam might know this offense a little bit, but Cam's not going to know this offense well enough to run him out there Sunday against the number 1 team in the league right now. I don't think you run him out there for that. I think for Washington, it becomes a much more likely scenario that he's able to get in there. Miami, who cares? He'll definitely be in there by then. if PJ Walker doesn't play. At this point, you're basically signing Cam to play. So it's not like they're going to sign Cam, play PJ Walker. Walker does well, and they're like, oh yeah, let's give PJ another go at it. That's not what's going to happen. So bye week in 13, and then they finish out with Atlanta, Buffalo, oof, Tampa Bay, oof, Saints, oof, Tampa Bay, oof. So their last four games are Bills, Bucks, Saints, Bucks. Yikes. That's pretty brutal. I mean, it gives them time to get where they want to go, and if they can beat those last four teams, then they probably deserve to be in the playoffs. But my guess is that their destiny's probably sealed before then, based on everything. Cam hasn't played a Brady offense before. Um, no, he's probably seen enough of that offense to understand that going on there. That offense isn't that far from what he might have done in New England, for example. They're not that different in terms of how they like to run those offenses. Start against Washington football team for the revenge game against Riverboat Ron. I mean, that makes the most sense to me. Not just because it's the Rivera revenge game, Gabe. It's just you need a week, right? I remember whenever Josh Freeman was picked up by the Vikings on like a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and they started him a few days later, and I think it was a Sunday night game or a Monday. It was a primetime game, and he just looked like he had no idea how to play a game of football. It just was not something that he was prepared to do. It takes longer to learn something like that, get incorporated in. Now, by all accounts, Cam is a very smart football player. He picks up the playbook very well, um, by all accounts, right? But it's asking a lot for a quarterback to come in and learn a playbook in a week, and then be able to start on Sunday. So, I mean, good luck to him. Good luck to the Panthers. It's good to see CMC healthy. They, you know, Cam's basically got two weapons in that. Well, now three. He's going to have himself, kind of, if you count himself as a weapon. You're going to have Cam, you're going to have DJ Moore, and you're going to have CMC. Those are your three weapons in the offense. It's not like Robbie Anderson has turned into a great player. Maybe he looks a little bit better, but I mean, there's nothing about him that tells me that he's going to be a better player. I mean, they signed him thinking he was going to be really good, and he just has not been that. So good for Cam. OBJ to the Rams. I thought it was interesting. Rams kind of came in out of nowhere out of this, right? So, which we all kind of should have expected. So Packers basically weren't that interested. Packers, their way of looking at this is, hey, if you want to come sign with us, we're more than welcome to have you. But we're not going to change what we do to bring you in and make you special. You're not special. We don't even treat Aaron Rodgers as special. So why do you think you're special? We're going to give you the vet minimum. Here you go. Good luck. I haven't even seen the terms of the OBJ deal yet, so I'm interested to see those. They might have already come out, but as I was preparing for stream, but I think it's an interesting signing. I think if I'm OBJ, and depending on what I want, right? So depending on what my priorities are, I could either be looking for a team to go win a Super Bowl with this year, or I could be looking for a team that's going to increase my value so that I can get the most out of free agency after the season's over. Or, I could just be wanting to go home and play, in New Orleans where I'm linked to. The thing is the Rams provide him a good option for getting to the Super Bowl, but they also provide him a pretty decent option for him being able to increase his value. Packers would have been a 1-year rental. Rams have the potential to come back next year too. I mean, I think it's a 1-year deal for OBJ as well for the Packers. I don't think that I think it's a 1-year rental for anyone. But the reality is that a 1-year rental for anybody is they're going to get precedent. They're going to get right of first refusal basically before they get into next year. Right. So they're going to get first pick at OBJ because if he goes there and plays well and he gets settled and he likes being there, now all of a sudden they've got a shot to keep him at a decent rate. Now, I will say this for I'll say this for OBJ. There's a lot of people who are basically saying, "Oh, OBJ's washed up. He's not good anymore, and he's a headache." And the reality is that OBJ's still a pretty good wide receiver. Like he's still a pretty good wide receiver. Let's not confuse that with him being like OBJ in New York Giants. He's not going to be a number one wide receiver pretty much anywhere. He might be on some teams, maybe the Lions, for example. But the reality is that he's still a pretty good player. What depending on what you can get him for depends on how much you actually, is the pay worth and the cap space worth taking him on, and then is the talent and the production that you're going to get out of him going to be worth the headache, or can you solve the headache? Can you make him happy? Which most teams haven't. It seems like he's not been happy anywhere he goes, whether that's Cleveland or New York or anything. Right, the only place he seems happy is in Miami, but nobody really wants to go to Miami right now. So yeah, it's an interesting situation for the Rams to have gotten OBJ. It sounds like OBJ said, "You know what? I have a good opportunity to go to LA." And it's also a Drew Brees situation, right? So back whenever Drew Brees was leaving the Chargers let Drew Brees go. Drew Brees wanted to go to Miami. Nick Saban was there, had just taken over. And New Orleans had said, "Hey, we want you to come in." And Sean Payton said, "Hey, we want you to come in. We think you could be our guy." And Miami said, "Sure, you can come in if you want to." And so Miami had him in for a visit. And when he was at Miami's visit, Drew Brees was poked and prodded for 2 or 3 hours, sat with Nick Saban for 20 minutes, had a conversation about football, and they basically said, "Thanks, see ya," put him in a car and sent him home. Like that was it. Like it was that kind of cold of a reception. And they said, "Sure, we'll offer you a contract, but it's not going to be anything good." Whereas he went to New Orleans after that, and New Orleans basically rolled out the red carpet and said, "Hey, you belong here. We would love to have you here. We think you could be one of the greats, and we think you're going to pair up well with Sean Payton." And Sean Payton was with him the entire time that he was in New Orleans for that trip. Asked him whatever he wanted. They took him out to nice restaurants, said, "Hey, we want you to stick around for a day or two, enjoy New Orleans, hang out here for a little bit, get to know everybody, explore the facility, and spend some time, enjoy it." And they made him feel loved. And there are a lot of NFL players going through free agency that just want to feel wanted. That sounds silly, right? Guys that play a gladiator sport like this, they just want to feel wanted. But there is such a big deal to that. And that's why I keep saying Tom Brady's the best recruiting tool that the Bucks have, is because when Brady calls out and says, "Hey, I want you to come here," now all of a sudden somebody feels like they're wanted. It doesn't have to be the team. Tom Brady said it, right? And the thing is Tom Brady can say that to anybody that he wants. He's a player. He could say that to anybody that he wants. There's no tampering charges whenever he says, "Hey, it's a good player. I'd love to have him on the Bucks." It's not tampering. It's tampering if Bruce Arians or Byron Leftwich or Todd Bowles or Jason Light says it, but not Tom Brady. So like those guys wanting to feel wanted is a big deal. And I feel like out of this situation, based on the reports that Sean McVay apparently jumped on the phone with OBJ and said, "Hey," or maybe even in person, jumped on the phone with him and said, "Hey, here's how I would use you. This is where you're going to play in our offense. This is what I would draw up for you. This is what's going to be fun about it. This is how we're going to target you." You probably told him how many targets he can expect in a game, which I would take with a grain of salt based on, they target different guys, different. The only guy that is guaranteed targets in that offense is Cooper Kupp. Outside of that, good luck. But apparently Sean McVay has sat down with OBJ and said, "Hey, here's everything that we're going to do with you, and we would love to have you." So it's going to be interesting. And I think that's why OBJ went there. I don't think that there was anything going on behind the scenes in terms of money that set the Rams or any other team apart. Um, there could have been interest from Green Bay. There could have not been very much interest from Green Bay. Who knows? Just because someone says that there's interest doesn't necessarily mean there is. I mean, agents will float interest out there when they haven't even talked to a team just to try to drum up a bidding war. And most of the time, it doesn't work. NFL teams tend to stay on the same page. Let's see. Rams basically traded D-Jack for OBJ. Uh, yeah. I mean, yes and no. I mean, those are two totally different players, right? They're gonna get two totally different things out of them. And with a deep threat, that's going to do different things for the offense than say a guy like OBJ who plays on the outside, right? That's where he plays is on the outside. For the most part, he can move inside. He's a good enough route runner to do it, but that's not necessarily where he thrives. But yeah, I mean, you could look at it as a 1-for-1 swap, I guess. I say that's improvement. It depends on what you're looking for. I think they're two different. You're right. You're right, Gabe. They're two different types of wide receivers. I think they offer different things and offer different things to the offense. So I was surprised to see that the Rams got rid of Djax because I thought he did something special for him and being able to lift the top off of a defense and raise those safeties up so that they could do more stuff underneath with Woods and Cup and throw into the tight ends and to the running backs and stuff. But Sean McVay's a smarter football guy than I. So and less need too. Breeze in Miami with Saban would have been real in the division for 10 years. Yeah, it's kind of those what would have been. It's weird to think back that even if one thing had changed in any single draft. So take the top 5 picks, right? Say in the top 5 picks, you take somebody and you swap a couple of teams, or you pull somebody that gets picked earlier than what they should have into the top 5. There's a cascade effect that happens all the way down the first row. And with these major players, it ends up being a big deal. You get Mahomes going to KC instead of, to Green Bay or to somewhere like that, right? Like there are very big consequences for even the smallest changes whenever it comes to the draft and into free agency too. Because I mean, whenever these good players like Randy Moss could have gone to anywhere. And if Moss goes to New England after Oakland, fantastic. Like he ends up having a blowout few seasons there. But if he goes somewhere else, maybe he doesn't have that same thing. Maybe he does. I don't know. Could change the complete outcome of many different teams. You're right, Gabe. Change the landscape of NFL and college football in that deal. Yep, college football too. That's a good point. That college football did that. Yeah. Do you think that OBJ fit with the Rams works? Um, I'm hesitant. I don't think it's a bad fit. However, I do think that I think the Rams offense is built around motion, mirage, their personnel sets, all of those strategic things that they do, those structural things that they do. And I don't think that offense dictates, other than to Cooper Kupp, the order of which the ball needs to go to people. And if you go back and look at Robert Woods, let's do this. Let's do Robert Woods game log. All right, so let's look at Robert Woods' game log for the season. All right. So Robert Woods, targets 10, 9, 6, 5, 14, 6, 6, 9, and 4 in the last game. So pretty solid amount of targets, right? Okay. That's pretty good. He's technically their number 2 right now. Let's see. Let's do Van Jefferson targets. So when you get that third guy, now no, don't want targets. Game log. So when you get that third guy in there, like OBJ, he's probably going to push Van Jefferson out, is basically what's going to happen. He's going to be on the outside. Robert Woods probably ends up playing more inside, or Cooper Kupp. They play all over the formation, right? Van Jefferson, 7, 6, 7, 4, 4, 6, 6, 3, 3. It's not like Van Jefferson's getting a ton of targets, right? Van Jefferson's the guy that probably falls by the wayside. Now, is that going to be more than what OBJ got in Cleveland? Yeah, probably. I loved Devontae Adams' comment. He said, if he's getting one catch for 8 yards, over there, I'm sure we can give him more catches. I still want mine. So if he's okay with 2 catches for 18 yards. He's more than welcome to come. Like I thought that was incredibly funny by him. But that's good. You want your best receiver to get it. So I like the addition of OBJ there. I mean, look, he was getting even in Cleveland. OBJ, his first week he only got 1 target. Since then he got 6, 8, 3, 7, and 9. I mean, he got targets. He got as many targets as Robert Woods did. If he's not happy with those targets, why is he going to be happy with the targets that he's going to get in LA? Now, he might. Here's the thing. I think he and Baker had issues. Vinny, thanks so much for the follow, man. I think OBJ and Baker had issues. Period between them. For whatever reason, they had their thing. They weren't gonna settle that. He wanted to get out because he didn't like Baker. I think Baker feels better without OBJ there because OBJ was probably undermining him. I think OBJ is gonna just like playing for a new quarterback. Is he going to get a massive amount of targets more? No, I don't think so. Is he going to be utilized more in an offense as a focal point? Probably a little more, but not like he's going to be the number one. I mean, Cooper Kupp's going to be the number one there. So yeah, I mean, I think that it's going to work out mostly well for them. We'll see. As long as Odell keeps a good attitude, I think it's going to be good. He's going to play on the outside. They're going to throw him a good amount of posts, a lot of those over routes that they love to run. He may be able to go up and get the ball. I don't think we've seen what Odell is capable of yet, based on what he's been asked to do in Cleveland. That was a bad fit. That was always a bad fit. That offense just doesn't fit what he does. The weird thing is I think the Rams offense should fit, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, right? We talked about this on Tuesday night. OBJ in Cleveland's offense, everything has to be super precise. You need to be on a dot, on a spot, on the right time, like to the millisecond. And you don't deviate. If there's a guy standing on the spot where you're supposed to be, you run through him. You don't run around him. You run through him to get to wherever it is that you need to go, because that is built into the quarterback's progression, and everything needs to happen on time. Odell plays in a way that he reacts to everything going on around him, and he'll find space. He'll move his route a yard or two north because he wants to get some more space behind the linebacker to make it an easier throw for Baker. Smart play, but that's not what the offense wants. So it's kind of good on both sides. For the Rams, they want you to create that space. They want you and the quarterback to be able to be able to adjust on the fly, and to be able to understand what the defense is wanting to do and hit those big plays because you're creating space. So I think it's going to be good. I like this. It all depends on Odell's mindset, man. It really does. Any chance of an upset tonight, considering Baltimore almost lost to Detroit a few weeks back? No. Nope, Vinny. None whatsoever. We'll get into that game next, but we'll finish up with OBJ here, and then we'll talk specifically about that matchup. But I don't see any chance of an upset tonight. It's wild. Rams are all in. I'm not so sure they're the best team in the division. I get why they're all in. Best QB OBJ ever had. I mean, OBJ had Eli, right? I mean, I think physically, talent-wise, Stafford's the best. Is he actually the best? Is he better than Eli? I mean, Eli's a Hall of Famer, right? Eli's going to be a Hall of Famer. Is Stafford a Hall of Famer? End of career Eli? Sure, yeah, I'll give you that, Gabe. It's still hard to say. Like, I take the whole thing in. As far as somebody that's able to throw the ball, Stafford by far is the best thrower that OBJ's ever played with. You don't think Eli's a Hall of Famer, but he will get in? Okay. That's fair. I mean, that's fair as far as your opinion. It's guaranteed that he gets in, and not just because Manning is his last name, but the dude won 2 Super Bowls. So he's going to get in, and he beat the best team to ever play the game to win it, right? He won the Super Bowl over the 19-0 Patriots. So, there's something to be said for that too. Yes, there was a lot going on the defense for that particular game too, but he had to come up big himself a few times. B. Eden, welcome in. Eli has the better resume, but I think Stafford is the best QB OBJ plays with. 2 rings he's in. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, I don't know that. Here's the thing. I don't know that Stafford is a better passer than Eli, and we've talked about the distinction between a thrower and a passer. But I don't know that Stafford's a better passer than Eli was, but Stafford is definitely a better thrower than he was. Just over his career, he was pretty average and got super hot for 2 Super Bowls. I mean, yeah, Flacco got hot for his Super Bowl in Denver. Flacco was an average quarterback his entire life, and then all of a sudden got hot for the perfect 6 games, and that's all it takes. You're right, Beaton, and that's the thing. And this was a discussion that I had with some analytics guys: is do you max out for 1 season and go after it and say we can win it this season, or do you play to be one of the best teams for 4 or 5 seasons and be in the mix and hope you get lucky, kind of like the Bucks did? I mean, the Bucks they didn't mortgage the future to be able to do that. Flacco is an elite quarterback. Thank you very much. He was for 6 games. If you are once, you are forever, right? I worked in the NFL for a short period of time. I am forever an NFL former employee, right? Flacco is a former elite quarterback because he was elite at one point for a few games. Flacco's a Hall of Famer. No, I don't think Flacco's a Hall of Famer. I mean, he got 1 Super Bowl, but he didn't really have a career to justify. I mean, in the greater context, nah, probably not. For teams with Brady, you don't go all in. For teams without Brady, I feel like you have to go all in. Yeah, and maybe he's the edge, right? Mettenberger was a QB in college for OBJ. Man, I've totally forgot about that. That's a good point. Good old Zach Mettenberger. All right, let's get into tonight's game. It's already 8 o'clock. That first let's chat in session usually goes a little bit longer than I expect. All right, we talked about OBJ and Cam. Let's mark that off. Wait, Mettenberger had the yes, he did. Beaten. If Flacco had more team records, maybe he's in it. Yeah, it's just he was a super Flacco was a super streaky quarterback. When he looked good, he looked pretty good. When he was bad, he was pretty bad. And Flacco was a blown coverage away from no, that was Peyton actually. Sorry, that was Peyton. Was a blown coverage from not making it that year. I forget who the safety was in that game, but the safety just barely missed a tip and an interception. And if they make that, then the game's over and goes the other way. But that's how it is, right? That's what we talk about. Like, you want to be there every year and hope you get a little bit lucky. All right, Baltimore, Miami. So, here's the thing. Do you guys want me to drag this out and tell you and tell you go through all the matchups for tonight like we would normally do? Like we would normally do for our pregame show and go specifically through each matchup throughout the game, because I can talk all about all the matchups, or I can hit the 2 or 3 that matter and we can get on to the next game. So, I mean, here's the thing. Basically, yes, that's exactly right. So here's the thing. Miami has the worst offensive line in the league. They have one of the worst defensive lines in the league. And now they have Jacoby Brissett. Here's the thing, and I talked about this before. Depending on who's playing at quarterback, depends on how this game could potentially go. There are some games where I think having Brissett in is going to be better than Tua. And there are some games that I think Tua being in is going to be better than Brissett. Because I don't think that overall that the ability to win the game is very different depending on which quarterback you have in the game. I think the difference in those 2 quarterbacks is how they play the game. Tua is tons of outs, get rid of the ball quickly, try not to spend a ton of time in the pocket. Brissett is, I'm going to hold the ball for 17 years in the pocket and wait for the biggest play that I can find. And he's going to have much better pocket presence, so he's going to be able to do it a little bit better. but he still holds onto the ball too long, even with that better pocket presence than what Tua has. And Tua's going to use his legs. He's going to look 1-2 in his progression, and then he's going to run. So, with Brissett playing tonight, because Tua's out again for this week, with Brissett playing tonight, you have a horrible O-line. You have a team that Baltimore can dominate up front, even if they don't blitz. But then they're going to blitz on top of that. And not only are they going to blitz, they're going to zero blitz. They're going to bring the house against Brissett. And then you've got Brissett, who's going to hold the ball for forever. Like, you could measure his time in the pocket with a sundial. So, or at least how long he holds the ball, because he won't have that much time in the pocket. So, for me, that's a very bad combination. I don't anticipate Baltimore having any problem stopping the run. Because they are better up front. Their linebackers are solid enough. There's nothing. I mean, Miami has a couple playmakers at wide receiver and Devontae Parker. Gesicki's all right. You know, like they got a couple guys that can catch the ball. Waddle's a good player. There's just nothing here that says Miami. Nothing. Not a single thing. And they haven't been good. The only thing that I can come up with is Brian Flores is a pretty solid defense coordinator. And he comes from the Belichick ilk of running a defense. And that's the only hope that they got, is if somehow they can force Lamar into a bunch of mistakes or some fumbles, or they get lucky a couple of times and they can force, it's got to be like 4 turnovers to nothing for Miami to be able to win this game, right? And I don't think you get that. I don't think they get that whenever it's Lamar. They don't have the necessary defensive line. They don't have the linebackers. Again, they do have some pretty good players in the secondary, but Lamar's just going to be able to run. And Miami loves to play man defense for the most part. And they're going to have to get out of their man defense and play zone, or else Lamar's going to run all over them. And my guess is Miami knows that their defensive line isn't very good and isn't going to get pressure, and they're not going to rush. They're going to play contain all night long. Lamar is going to be able to lace them up in the pass game. Look for Andrews to have a big night. I would expect Andrews to have a big night, because unless Miami says, "Hey, we need to take Andrews out of the game," maybe they play too high and they put one guy on Andrews to follow him around everywhere, so he's basically doubled. I could see something like that happen maybe, but yeah, I'm surprised this game is only 8 points, and I would take Miami by 2 touchdowns. I'd take not Miami by 2 touchdowns. I would take Baltimore by 2 touchdowns. I'm surprised it's only 8 points. This is 10 points easy for me. So yeah, Houston defensive line looked good versus Miami, and their defensive line is good. Exactly. Has Lamar had every good game versus Flores versus Miami? I don't know what their history is, but I can tell you Flores has never had a good enough talent to be able to be able to stop Lamar. Because whenever you face a dual threat quarterback like Lamar, execution is everything. I talk about coaching all day long and how important it is and how games are won or lost before you go into most of them. But the reality is against a dual threat quarterback like Lamar, you have to execute. That rush and retrace, you can call that, but if the players don't actually execute on that, you're going to get torched by it. Like Lamar is going to have, I don't know how many passing yards Lamar has, but he'll probably have 100 rushing yards tonight. I wonder what the over-under. I haven't looked at the prop bets for tonight, but that's definitely one of them. Yeah, I'm taking Baltimore by a bunch in this one. Sorry if there's any Dolphins fans in the chat, but I'm sure you're used to it at this point. I still haven't figured out how to actually grab. Maybe I just do circles for picks going forward. All right, let's see what other games we got. We got Buffalo, New York Jets. Let's not spend a whole lot of time here either. So I'm not overreacting to Buffalo. Buffalo last week, the short answer is that the O-line got whipped, and I think it was a weird game. I think Josh Allen all of a sudden found out he's a really good football player. Josh Allen, the edge rusher, found out that he's a really good player and he's progressed to a point where he's capable of being a really good player, and owning against, a player that's not that good. So I think Josh Allen, the edge rusher, is somebody to continue to watch. And we'll talk about a little bit about him whenever we get to the Jacksonville game this week. The other thing is, so Buffalo's O-line got whipped specifically on that edge for Josh Allen, and then Josh Allen, the quarterback, had his bad game of the year. And he's entitled to those, right? Like he's capable of one or two of those a year. Unfortunately, usually if it happens against a bad team, they're still probably okay, but the whole O line was getting whipped, so they weren't able to run the ball very well either. Josh Allen has a bad game, can't run the ball, can't muster any offense. They end up turning it over a few times. Jacksonville ends up kicking an extra field goal. Again, CJ Beathard did have the one, had two nice throws. The one was okay, but it looked pretty. And then the other one was an absolute dime from like 40 yards out that should have been a touchdown and was dropped. So they should have lost. Buffalo should have lost by more, but I think it's an aberration. I'm not overreacting to the game. Buffalo is still a good football team. Like they're gonna be okay. I think the fun thing to talk about here is for the Jets, they're going with Mike White again. The coaches say they're giving Wilson another week to get to 100%. But then Saleh came out and when asked the question says something to the effect of he's not married to Wilson and it's anyone's job. So Saleh leaves the door open to continuing to play Mike White. And I've said this before, in terms of talent, White is nowhere close to Wilson. White, the difference is that White, while okay, he's not great. Like let's not get caught up in the hype train of Mike White. Sure, he won the game. He got hurt last game. Josh Johnson comes in, still throws for 300 yards, 3 TDs, but they don't end up winning the game because the defense just isn't very good. Let's not get caught up in the Mike White hype train because he's still a rookie. He's still not a great quarterback. He is nowhere close to Wilson in terms of talent. The difference is that White plays on time and he plays within the framework of the offense. And there's something to be said for that. Fans will criticize coaches for this in a ton of instances because there are a lot of guys. Mike White for MVP, Gabe. I'm trying to add a new feature for you guys, by the way. Mike White 2023 MVP choo choo. That's funny, Austin. Oh, you are going to be leading that train by yourself, I think. Like I can think of a ton of instances where there have been guys who have sat on the bench that have felt like they're more talented as a quarterback, but they don't play the way the coaches want them to play, and so they just never really get a shot. And Mike White playing within the framework of the offense has been a big deal. Coaches want the players to do what they ask them to do, not whatever the hell they want to do, kind of like Zach Wilson did. And talent be damned, if you don't do it, you're out. So I fully buy in that the coaches are considering Mike White going forward, at least for this year. They probably don't have that, that luxury going into next year, but they may play it off as, hey, we're going to run it into a QB competition. If Mike White wins it, so be it. But Mike plays the way that the coaches want him to play, and it makes the offense look competent whenever it happens, right? So think about how bad this offense looked whenever Zach Wilson was playing in it, except for one game against the Titans. He had a few really nice throws. Outside of that one game, they've looked pretty horrible. Can't move the ball, can't get first downs. They're in third and long all the time, throwing stupid turnovers all the time. Then all of a sudden, Mike White comes in, and now balls are getting out quickly. There's not as many sacks happening. Offensive line looks a little bit better. Wide receivers look a little bit better. Elijah Moore finally gets a breakout game. Like, it's a very interesting situation that they're in. So for this particular game, as long as the Bills block up front, they're going to be fine and they'll probably cover. Even if they don't, I still like them to cover. I still like them by a lot. Mike White, USF legend, 2021 Jim Miller, Grizz. That is Grizz. Welcome in. I feel like that's very hopeful, Grizz. White playing buys Wilson sideline time to learn some more instead of being in the pressure cooker. I think this is what I said, Vinny. This is what I said on our Tuesday show. The big thing is Zach Wilson is going to get a reset in his brain. Like there are certain things where I'm all for let's sit a young quarterback, let's let him learn and develop and get it, because these guys have to think in football terms, right? They have to learn to speak a different language basically when they're learning the rule book, when they're learning the playbook. They have to learn to speak a different language. They don't have to learn to speak it. They have to learn to think in it. They have to learn to dream in it. It's got to become their number one language. Like they have to become fluent in it. And these guys, they want to people want to just rush them in. Who was the quarterback the other day? Was it on the Manning cast? Oh, it was Brady. Brady, I think, said it on the Manning cast. He goes, "Man, I can't," or maybe it was in Better to Be Feared. Um, he talks about how it wasn't Better to Be Feared. That's what it was. Oh, I need to grab that quote and I need to send that out because he backs me up on something I've always said. I think young quarterbacks always need to sit. I not always. There's few that can get there. There's Peyton Manning's, Andrew Luck's. Throw them in there. They're going to throw a bunch of interceptions, but they're going to be fine because they're super smart and they're going to figure it out. They're like it's the super intellectual guys whenever it comes to football that I think can overcome it. It's the other guys that need time. And Tom Brady flat out says in It's Better to Be Feared, he owes his entire career to sitting. He goes, I can't imagine coming in as a rookie and trying to play and learn the playbook and do everything that they ask you to do as an NFL quarterback and have to be under that amount of pressure. He goes, I probably would have folded under that. Now, it's Brady, so take it with a grain of salt because he probably never would have folded under that. But it's an interesting point. And so for me, I'm of the opinion that most young quarterbacks need to sit. All the good ones, for the most part, have sat, right? Patrick Mahomes sat almost a full season. Aaron Rodgers sat a few seasons. Carson Palmer sat for a full season. Bengals fans were pissed. They took him number 1 overall, and then he sits out his entire rookie season. A lot of the good quarterbacks nowadays have sat for almost a full year or more. Josh Allen sat for what, 9, 10 games, something like that. And then he struggled whenever he first came in. Like, to me, they've got to get mentally prepared to the game. And you're probably better off letting them mentally get there than putting them in and letting them physically get there. And for me, this is going to be a nice little reset for Zach Wilson. I think he got put into a situation where he was never going to be successful. Playing behind that offensive line, which is horrible. The way he plays the game, which is hold on to the ball and buy some time, kind of like Brissett, but not really. I mean, I guess it's a little like Brissett, where he's going to hold on to the ball and look for the big play, and then he just wasn't seeing the field very well. So I think this is going to be a good reset for him. How long that takes, I don't know. Maybe. Roethlisberger sat for 4 or 6 weeks back in the day. I think Russ Wilson was one of the few. Russ Wilson was one of the few that sat or didn't sit because, and I actually think he was going to, but then Dak played. Russ won the job. Dak played because Romo got hurt. And those are like the two that actually played beat out Matt Flynn. You're right, Gabe. And those are the two that like played from day one and were successful in doing it. Still had some rough goes of it in their first year. I don't remember Deshaun Watson. What did Deshaun didn't start his first year, right? If I remember correctly. But anyways, most of the guys that don't start their first year and that are first round picks end up panning out better, in my opinion. So I'm glad. Played his first year, but not day one. Yeah, I can't remember with Watson for some reason. So I think this is going to be good for Zach Wilson overall. I'm glad that Fields got to sit for a little bit. I think he probably would have benefited from sitting a little bit longer, but you're starting to kind of see it come to fruition. Really, Gabe, Tom Savage, really, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Let's see. Jets should have benched Wilson as soon as Becton got hurt. It's hard to bench a guy after you put him in, right? And that's one of the things for me is put take the rookie, sit him on the bench, play somebody else ahead of him, let him learn. If you got to put him in after a few games because somebody gets hurt, sure, go for it. Maybe he's going to be ready, but he's learned how to be a pro. He's learned how to study. Because that's another thing. Like, you can study in college, but studying college defenses totally different than studying NFL defenses. Like, we're like, like in college you have like your 101 courses, and then or your like 097 courses. You're like, elementary courses of like introduction to, to addition, and then you've got your like Calc 17 courses all the way over here. Like, college, especially on a team where your talent is better than everybody else's. So like, think of like an Ohio State, or even in Alabama. Alabama's a little bit different because you play in the SEC. Um, and you're going to face a good amount of defenses that'll do some different stuff. But whenever you play for like an Ohio State and you basically just have to wait for your guy to get open, and you've got 5 guys up front that'll be able to block all day, and you got wide receivers that can create space and are going to get open if you can just wait long enough. Like, that's the 097 course. And then getting into the NFL, that's the calculus 17 course that you're going to have to figure out and learn to do physics while a 300-pound lineman is chasing you down, who's actually faster than you are. You were faster than everybody else in college, as a quarterback, but now in the NFL, everybody's faster than you. So that's the old line that our coaches used to say. It's great whenever you come to the NFL because everybody else gets faster except for you. So it'll be good for Wilson. I think it'll be fun. Wilson was like that at BYU, University of Arizona legend Tom Savage. Can we not with the Tom Savage played 0? Oh my God, I didn't realize he played 0 games. I probably knew that at one point and just totally forgot. I'm sorry, I don't store Tom Savage trivia questions in my head. The uproar if you put them in immediately after starting. Yeah. So if you pull them immediately after starting them would be insane. Exactly. Like, and that's the thing is I actually said that for Fields, right? And sorry, I got to grab my laptop so I can pull up the game. But that's what I said for Fields is, hey, like, oh, nope, never mind. That's what I said for Fields was, if at some point Andy Dalton got hurt, right? Andy Dalton got hurt. They said, hey, we're going to go to Fields. And I said, hey, if Andy Dalton comes back and he's healthy and you feel like you need to put Fields back on the bench, use Andy Dalton as an excuse. Say, hey, Andy Dalton's healthy. He's always been our starter. Fields just got in because we were putting him in for Andy Dalton. Dalton's back. We're going to play him. Like, use that cover. Use that as an excuse. So he went to Rutgers, transferred to Arizona, sat a year. Rich Rod got hired and then transferred to Pitt. Oh, that's right. He was Pitt. Okay. That's why Arizona, I was like, huh? That doesn't sound right. But again, I don't necessarily know Tom Savage's career. So yeah, it's good for Zach Wilson for him to sit. I don't blame him at all. Mike White is doing just fine. Josh Johnson played on time, and it's not like Josh Johnson doesn't have a breed, like a history of being able to play the game, because like I said, he had the highest. It's not, what is it? What's the rating, or what was the rating called in college before? It's not passer rating, it's something else. But whatever rating was, he had like the highest one ever for a quarterback in the history of college football before he came out of San Diego State. So he's a talented guy. He's a nice guy, but he's not really going to be the guy. But now they have Mike White. They have Zach Wilson, Mike White, Josh Johnson, and Joe Flacco. The Jets have 4 quarterbacks. I didn't say they had 4 good quarterbacks, but they got 4 quarterbacks. You went to U of A at the same time. Got to watch Mike Stoops with 3-9, Nick Foles as his QB my freshman year. I can tell you, Rudy Carpenter was one of our back. He was our 3rd string quarterback for the Bucks in 2011, and I learned about the whole Arizona State thing from Rudy, and he is quite the character. I can tell you that much. He's also, I'll leave, yeah, and we'll just leave that one. On to the next one. All right. So I'm taking Buffalo and the 11 points. I'm not on the Mike White hype train. I think that Buffalo's going to be fine. This feels like a little bit of an overreaction to last week of Buffalo losing to Jacksonville because this probably should be 14 points. Look, the Jets have had a couple of good games, right? But Vegas has probably caught on to them and figured out, okay, here's what they do well, here's what they don't do well, and here's where Buffalo's going to stomp them. So for me, I'm just not all that concerned about it, if I'm just being honest, for this particular game. All right. I'm gonna pull up the game over here. So give me 1 second. Oh, you know what I need to do? I know what I can do. I don't know if I have this on this particular overlay, but I'm gonna pull up the tracker for the game for you guys. Let me. No shot. I actually have this on here, huh? I don't even know that I have it actually up. Game tracker? No shot, right? Hey, let's do this. You guys get to see how the sausage is made. Baltimore, Miami. We're not there yet. Let me get rid of this. Sorry, I want to keep this going while we're... and I'll fix this a little bit once the game actually starts because I know that this isn't going to... where do we want to put this? I will put it... No, we'll put it down here. Make this a little bit smaller. All right, we'll leave it down there. Let me refresh that real quick to make sure. Heineken noted Joe Rogan podcast listener. He is vaccinated. Upset special like he almost did. No. After you mentioned Joe Rogan, I feel like the opposite happens, Gabe. I feel like if you say Joe Rogan, bad luck falls upon you. It's kind of like the book. What is it? It's like Candyman. Say Joe Rogan 3 times and he shows up with a shot of ivermectin. Oh, that's what I was doing. What game is this? Is on Twitch? Is this still on Twitch? Oh. Should be. All right, I got to turn my audio off for web. That way you guys can't hear this. I don't want to get demacked for this. All right, after this, we will get to... So we did Buffalo, New York Jets. Let's get rid of that. We'll get to Tampa Bay, Washington off of this. Thursday Night Football is not loading for some reason. Say Joe Rogan. Oh, let me. Okay, game started. Let me turn that off. Who do we want to watch? Who do I want to watch? Let's do this. Let's just go to the regular Prime Video and watch it from there. All right, say Joe Rogan 3 times and you get KO'd with a kettlebell and injected with Alpha Brain. Hey, listen. Look. I don't know if you can see that. I fully support On It and Alpha Brain. Fully support him. That shit's awesome. Look, Alpha Brain isn't the type of thing that like you want to take and like go to a construction job. It's not gonna be it's not gonna be like a caffeine thing that you put in your like all of a sudden you're gonna feel better. Nah, it's one of those things that it allows you to focus. That's it. Clears your brain, helps take out some of the yeah, this ain't gonna work. A little jumpy. Get rid of all this stuff. All right, we should be okay there. This, I don't know why this particular thing hasn't. Let me get this guy to refresh real quick. As soon as I do this, it's gonna throw everything off. Yeah, see, told you. Oh, no, we're good now. Cool. Where is the... Sorry, chat. I'm trying to get this. Let me do this. Yeah, now we're talking. Sorry, I'm trying to get this so that we can at least have it on screen. talk through it. Don't really care about all that. Pull all that. There we go. So now we can actually watch and see what's going on with that game while we go through everything else. I'm going to move it over here. Bottom right. There we go. All right. So it's 0-0 first quarter. I missed the time. But the game did just start. It's not 14:25 yet. I don't know why that's not refreshing. 13:51. Every time I flip that up, let me pull this over here. All right, we should be good to go now. All right, I got second and 3. Baltimore's already on the Miami 45. My question is wait. Holy shit, what are the chances you literally have it right there? Dude, it's funny. I actually got the Total Human stuff from On It delivered to my house today. Funny enough, because I need some sort of nutrition in my life because I sure as hell am not getting it from my diet as of recently. This whole streaming while also working, while also having a wife that's 8 months pregnant. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. So, and having to put together a nursery and a crib and baby showers and all that stuff. Yeah, I need something else in my life to keep me going, or else I'm gonna end up falling asleep while trying to watch film for you guys. Wow, Ravens are just taking it to them already. This is gonna be a long game for Miami, or maybe a short game. At least everybody will get to go to bed early tonight. All right, Tampa Bay, Washington. You know, there's just so many of these games that you love to see it. Congrats, Grizz. There's just so many of these games that there's not really a ton to talk about. I mean, like where to start? Like, so first of all, I'm more interested in the 9 points on this than I am the actual game. Based on everything that I've seen for Tampa Bay, Washington, this feels like a game that the Bucs should win by 20. Like, they can block. So the only good thing that Washington has going for it right now is their defensive line. And the Bucs should be able to block this defensive line. They're not going to make the same mistakes that they made in the playoffs last year. They can attack the secondary. The secondary is not nearly as good as it was last year. They can induce turnovers from Heineke. They're going to know what they want to do against Heineke. Heineke's not going to have the same success that he had last year, not against Todd Bowles. Bowles is going to put him in a blender. They're going to induce turnovers from him. Washington isn't going to be able to run the ball. I just don't get this line. This line should be 10 points minimum, if not 2 TDs. And I'm thoroughly surprised that it's this low. Like, this is one of those where I want to get this line at +9 before it moves. Before it moves to towards the Bucs, because it's probably going to move +12, +13 by the time game day comes. Yeah, so you're right, Gabe. So it's in Washington, which is fine, but when the whole -3 thing for being the home team comes into play whenever it's a close game, and we'll talk about that in one of the games later. We'll talk about that in the Cleveland and New England game. But whenever you're talking, 14 points, 10 points, it's not that big of a deal because it's less of a percentage of the overall total that it's supposed to be, right? So see, it's already moved to 9.5. So it's going to continue to moving 10, 11. It might make it to 12. 3 points is a lot to move, but it wouldn't surprise me. And it's -110 odds on either bet right now. That seems insane to me. Yeah. Yeah. Bucs -9.5. Like, let's go ahead and lock this in, right? Like, I don't want to wait and pick this on Sunday show and end up getting the FedEx isn't a huge home field advantage lately. So by the way, no home field is an advantage lately. Based on the numbers, there's no reason to consider home field an advantage at this point. What was it? It was the Packers the other night. Oh, got him. Oh, why did he slow down on that? Was he afraid? Watkins stopped on that route. The ball was in the air and he totally could have. He must not have seen the ball. I think it went behind him. Um, yeah. So the Bucks are gonna win on on both lines. Bucks are gonna be able to cover and induce turnovers from Heineke. Bowles is gonna put him in a blender. Brady should be fine. He's not gonna be under much pressure. The secondary can't cover. Like this is two touchdowns. Yeah, the Ravens will score, Austin. It's just they'll score a field goal here, a touchdown there, a field goal here, touchdown there. They'll be fine. It'll be 30-3 before you know it. All right, let me get back to my notes here. I'm taking Tampa Bay. Don't care what this line goes to. I would have got it at the -9 earlier today. All right, Atlanta Dallas. This one's actually a pretty interesting one, right? So Atlanta is on the way up. Let me send this tweet out real quick. So the interesting thing about this game, Atlanta has played well in its last few games, right? So last week, Atlanta, for beating everybody's expectations and not just covering, but ending up going and beating the Saints, right? And this was a game where I thought that the Saints, even without Jameis Winston and having Trevor Simeon in, thought that, hey, they're going to be fine. Like they're going to be fine. They're going to be able to do this. They're also going to be able to cover Kyle Pitts. They're going to be able to cover Cordell Patterson. Like it's going to be okay. Well, they weren't able to cover Cordell Patterson because Patterson ended up having 126 yards receiving. Matt Ryan throws for 343. They couldn't run against the Saints, but they didn't really care. And the Saints couldn't cover Kyle Pitts either. So, for me, this is a tough game for me to pick because Atlanta's on the way up. There's some useful points here. The problem is I really don't like this offensive line against the Saints defensive line. That terrifies me a little bit about this game, and it terrifies me for Matt Ryan. However, I will say that Arthur Smith and Matt Ryan have done a good job in figuring out how to use the quick game to combat a bad offensive line. So, there's some openness there. And then nobody can cover Kyle Pitts, it seems. Now that Kyle Pitts has kind of emerged, it wouldn't it would not surprise me. I don't think they go this far, but it also wouldn't surprise me if Trayvon Diggs ends up being on Kyle Pitts because Pitts is effectively a receiver. But when they line Pitts up either in line or as kind of the wing T tight end or in the slot, Trayvon Diggs would have to travel inside to get him. So Atlanta could have a matchup there where they can basically get Pitts on whoever they want and still have a good way. I will say the Cowboys are fast enough on the ends and at linebacker to be able to manage Patterson at least to a better degree than what New Orleans did. That wasn't particularly the best matchup, and you can put Patterson out into the slot, and he's going to be a good enough wide receiver to beat a good amount of cornerbacks. So it's really interesting. Gabe, I think Pitts is on pace to break Mike Ditka's rookie receiving record. Um, he might be. He's definitely started off slow, but then all of a sudden, the last couple of games, he's decided, hey, you know what? I'm gonna step it up for a little bit. So for me, this is really all about how much because I do think Atlanta will be able to move the ball um, a little bit on the New Orleans defense, just a little bit though. They're not, or I'm sorry, on the Dallas defense. I do think they're going to be able to move the ball for Dallas. This is going to be the interesting thing. So Dak didn't have a good game last week. They played a little bit of too high and they didn't know what to do last week whenever it was too high. They got a little bit of pressure. I think most of the pressure came over the left tackle. Whenever I watched that game, Terrence Steele got his butt whooped, and that's where most of the pressure came, and it threw Dak off a little bit. I don't know. I need to look at the injury report for this particular game, and this is why I'm not picking this game until Sunday, is because I do want to see if Dallas fixes what I want to see if Tyron Smith didn't go on injured reserve, right? I do want to see if Tyron Smith plays. If he plays, Dallas is probably going to be fine. If he doesn't play, I'm curious if they try to put Lyle Collins over at left tackle and move Steele back to right tackle, because that always felt like the right thing to do. And I'm not sure why they didn't do that last week. Um, let's see. Damn, the injury reports are getting long because of all the injured reserve. DeMarcus Lawrence still on IR. Um, Randy Gregory ended up going on IR. Greg Zerline's out because of COVID. Let's see. Mark Cooper, questionable. He's questionable every week. Zeke is questionable, limited participant in Thursday's practice. He'll be fine. All right, Tyron Smith ankle did not practice Thursday, so I'm curious if Tyron Smith plays, and if he doesn't play, how does that factor in? So I want to definitely look at that going into Sunday. I think Atlanta can move the ball on Dallas. I think the problem is I think Dallas's defensive line is going to be pretty good in this game against Atlanta's bad offensive line. Um, I think Dallas is going to be able to block Atlanta up front. AJ Terrell for Atlanta, the cornerback, has played really well recently, but I don't think he's good enough to cover either Cooper or Lamb. So it feels like a Dallas heavy game. I like Atlanta to cover in this one, I think. Especially if, well, I don't know that it matters. Terrell has been locked down. He has. He's played very, very well, especially over the last few weeks. If you had asked me this before last week, Dallas or Atlanta, and I could get Dallas at -8, I would have taken Dallas in a heartbeat. But I'm questioning it a little bit. Doug Farrar's underrated D list. He's not underrated over here, Gabe. We talked about him. Better than Diggs? Oh, I don't know about that. Look, they're really kind of two different players. Terrell is the type of guy that he's gonna be in the area at all times. Diggs is the type of guy that wants to bait you into throwing to his guy so that he can undercut it. Now, there's good and bad about both of those, right? Like, to be a really good cornerback, you need to get some picks, but Terrell's probably not going to get a ton of picks because he's always in a pretty good spot and he doesn't get thrown at a ton. Diggs is going to get thrown at a ton, but his aggressive nature is going to get him beat a ton. So that's where I feel like it's hard to predict Dallas on a week-to-week basis. I think they can score with the best of them. I gotta wait on this game to pick simply because I need to see if Tyron Smith is in. I don't think there's much Atlanta can do about it. And to be able to cover this game, I think Dallas was an aberration last week. I'm not getting torn up over a weird week in the NFL last week. So I'm leaning Dallas in this one, especially if Tyron Smith plays. If not, might pick Atlanta to cover. Maybe. We'll see. Austin Love, he's back after his 3-week hiatus. Always a good player, man. And rookies are gonna be up and down. It's just how they are. They just don't, week to week, they just don't do it. Diggs is Talib. I would say Terrell's, well, I would put Diggs more like a Richard Sherman. Because Sherman would sit back and wait for people to come into his zone or to come across his zone and then undercut it. And he would bait people into that. And Diggs isn't going to travel like Sherman didn't travel. Diggs probably isn't going to travel and take the best guy. It's just not the way that it works in that particular off or defense. Yeah, I don't know, man. This one's tough. I Atlanta, I don't expect Atlanta to win. I don't expect Atlanta to be this game to be particularly close, but I just don't know if Atlanta can cover -8. Just don't know. So, let me get rid of some of these. All right, so we'll pick that one on Sunday. We'll go through this specific matchup. I kind of want to work that game a little bit. I'll probably watch the all 22 for that game specifically, and do some more work on that game because that one's a little bit perplexing to me just because of the line. All right, New Orleans, Tennessee. So for me, This is going to be this game is probably going to be the most interesting game of the week to me for New Orleans and Tennessee. I think there's a couple things that we need to. I think there's a couple things that we need to talk about here. And it's not specifically about this game. I think what we need to talk about with this game is actually stuff from last week, right? So for New Orleans and Tennessee. So last week, New Orleans, we just talked about it. They got beat. They got beat by Atlanta. However, they basically couldn't do anything on offense for the first three quarters. And then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, the New Orleans Saints dropped 22 in the fourth quarter to try to post a comeback. And then they just could not keep Atlanta out of field goal range to win the game. And Atlanta got a little bit lucky to be able to get there. But it's important to note that the Saints started to kind of figure it out towards the end of the game on offense there. They got Simeon a little bit of a rhythm. And he was able to get some things going. I think there was the Kenny Stills touchdown. Kamara got in, and I forget who the other one was. But there was Callaway. Callaway had his touchdown. So I think they got some things going on offense towards the end of the game. I think that's important because with a new quarterback like that, it's going to take some time. And with Sean Payton, I think that's a key point. The other part of this is, if we're honest about Tennessee last week, their defense won that game. That offense didn't really look that great last week for Tennessee. I think they had two pick sixes for the defense last week, and a couple other turnovers that put them in in scoring position. So Tennessee's defense, if they play like that, I mean, it's going to be lights out. Like, nobody's going to be able to beat that. One pick six, and then the pick was at the 3 or the 2. You're right, Gabe. And then there was another one that was I think that put them back in enemy territory too after that. So this was all about Tennessee's defense. They got pressure on Matt Stafford. They made Stafford look a little bit like Wentz last week. So I think that it's important to call that out because the offense didn't really do a whole lot without Henry last week. The offense wasn't bad, don't get me wrong, but they didn't really have to do very much. I keep leaving the game off because I got my notes up. Oh, you know what? Let me do this. Smart. Maybe. There we go. Sorry, I want to put this so that I can see everything. Oh, beautiful. Okay, cool. Dude, I'm telling you, Andrews is probably the guy that's gonna have a night tonight. There's the best part of Miami's defense are those two quarterbacks in Byron Jones and Xavier Howard. If they're not on Andrews, and they probably won't be because they typically play outside, Andrews should have a pretty big night. And Lamar's probably going to rush for 100. So yeah, so for me, Tennessee's offense didn't do enough to make me think that, hey, they are going to be something that they can actually win week to week without Derrick Henry. I think last week was interesting and fun to see, but I think New Orleans is uniquely suited to play against this Tennessee team. I think this is a tough matchup for Tennessee. The Saints have one of the best D lines and run stopping fronts in the NFL, and that's going to make it tough for Tennessee. They're going to have to rely on Tannehill to get it done this week. But they also have a good enough secondary to man up Lattimore on Julio, who are very familiar with each other, right? As Julio played in that division for a while. And then I think they're going to be able to rotate coverage to AJ Brown. Tennessee is going to have to find a different way to win this game than what they typically like to do. And Vrabel's been great about doing that, but he's going to need his defense to come up big against Peyton and Simeon. And that's the weird thing to me is can either of these teams manufacture any bit of an offense? And whenever I think about it that way, I would actually look for a little bit more of Taysom Hill in this game. I think he prevents a unique matchup that Peyton is going to have to use to make Vrabel address it, right? Who fumbled? I didn't see it. But it's still Ravens ball. Wait, dude, I looked over at the game. Ravens kick a field goal, and then all of a sudden, Ravens have the ball back already. Did Miami go 3-and-out? This is how much I'm actually paying attention to the game. So yeah, I think for me, I think it presents a unique matchup that Peyton's going to have to make Vrabel address if he uses Taysom Hill. Um, these teams are going to have to manufacture some offense. Gabe, you must be ahead of me. Oh no, Tucker miss. That never happens. Uh-oh, Miami's got a shot. Miami doesn't have a shot. This is how it's going to go all night. Miami's going to get on offense, and then they're going to do something stupid, and the Ravens are going to get the ball back. How did the Ravens get the ball back there? I'm assuming Owe got a sack and ended the drive. But anyways, so for me, I like for this game, I think both defenses are going to show up. If you ask me who I had to pick on the offensive side, I'm going to go Peyton over Vrabel. So I've got to lean Saints here. And this game started out at -3 for Tennessee, and it's already moved to 2.5. I would expect this to be close to, like, call it a pick'em game, maybe. Like, I don't know that it moves by 3 points, but it would not surprise me if this is 1 point by the time Sunday gets here. Miami 3-and-out after a away sack. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured. I got the game up now, so I can actually watch. But that sounded about right. All right. That's New Orleans, Tennessee is gonna be a fun. Like, if you don't mind watching defenses be successful, I think New Orleans, Tennessee is gonna be fun because I think they're gonna do a lot of fun stuff against each other. I think that's going to be a really interesting game. I think it's deserving of a pick'em game, and it's the strategy of who is going to be able to do what. Now, if Taysom Hill or Tannehill ends up throwing 3 picks, that's obviously going to swing it. But it could be a really ugly defensive game for that game with a lot of turnovers potentially. All right. I'll pick that one on Sunday because I do want to do a little bit more work on that one. Jacksonville, Indianapolis. So Jacksonville took the Bills out last week. So of course that means they're going to be able to take the Colts out this week, right? The reality is the NFL doesn't work that way. As we say every week, it's a matchup. It's a matchup league. I'm kind of confused by this game though because last week is still kind of like hanging around in my mind for Jacksonville. Like I think Jacksonville played well in that game. And it's not like it was just ugly all the way around and Jacksonville accidentally won just a brutally ugly game. It was 9-3 or 9-6 or whatever. And Jacksonville's defense showed up. And if they play like that every week, they've got a shot to win a few games here and there. If Josh Allen, the edge player Josh Allen, if he can take over games a la Myles Garrett like he did last week, then Jacksonville has a shot in every game. And I doubt he does that in every game, but his progression is definitely something to call out because he's gotten better over the last, like gotten better in a linear fashion over the last year and a half. So huge for him, awesome for him because he's a really good dude. But if he can do that, the problem is that the O line of the Colts is better than the Bills whenever they're healthy, and they are indeed healthy now. So Jacksonville could induce a couple of weird wins plays here and there if they can get pressure. I just don't know that they can get pressure. Yeah, his internal clock needs to be sped up. Yes, 1,000% yes, Gabe. You saw that on the last play, right? Like he gets back there and he's like, "Oh, I got a million minutes to be able to just sit back here in the pocket and nobody's going to come after me." Like dude doesn't realize that he's playing the Ravens and that and I believe the Ravens, I wasn't paying that close attention, but I believe the Ravens actually brought a good amount of pressure on that. So it's not like they're just sitting back and rushing four and Brissett's like, "Okay, I got time." Like he sees the blitz and he's still holding on to the ball. It makes no sense. He's got to be able to pull the trigger a little bit faster. Uh-oh. Safety blitz off the edge. See, and that's the thing. It gets him into 3rd and 11. And now and now the Ravens are going to be able to bring a ton of pressure against him. And that's just going to throw him off completely. Like I said, if Miami had Tua in this game, this is a better matchup for Tua than it is for Brissett. Just bad news all around. Humphrey was on Gesicki, went through him for a pass deflection. Oh, I mean, I would, yeah. Gesicki's the only consistent guy on this team, it feels like, in terms of a weapon. Devontae Parker may have a good week one week. Waddle may have a good week one week. But outside of that, it's just Tua's going to throw those outs. Brissett's going to throw those long breaking in routes like the 3rd down that you just saw there. But he's going to hold on to the ball too long and be under too much pressure by the time he does it. So, all right, let's see. Colts, Jags. I think the Colts are a much better team than Jags, but I don't think the Jags are going to be a pushover for them. Here's the thing. Ross Tucker jinxed Justin Tucker. Did he? He must have tweeted about him, huh? So here's the thing. The Jags can run the ball. I don't think the Jags are going to get eaten up by this offense. I think the Jags are going to be able to play good defense this weekend. That's going to be able to keep the game close, and then all it takes is one Wentz mistake, and Jacksonville could end up with a W. Jacksonville's 8th in rush defensive DVOA, and their EPA versus the run is about 17th, if I remember correctly. So this isn't a game where the Colts are going to be able to run all over them. I do think the Colts are going to be able to run the ball a little bit, but it's not a 200-yard Jonathan Taylor type of game. It's going to be on Wentz to win this game, I think. And I'm comfortable with that if the Jags can find any semblance of a pass rush. Like, if the Jags can find any semblance of a pass rush, they've got a shot at winning this game. And the thing is even if they choose not to blitz very much, sometimes if Wentz holds on to the ball too long, things can go sideways that way too. I don't know if the Jags win this game, but I feel like this is a pretty easy cover for them. It just lines up really well for them. Oh no. Why did Daniel Jeremiah's Twitch channel just get banned? Typically, whenever I log off with you guys, I go watch Bucky, or I go watch Daniel Jeremiah. I don't necessarily watch for anybody else, but I watch for Daniel Jeremiah on that channel. Why would it get banned? I wonder if it got flagged for copyright content. Problem is he's doing it for NFL Network. That's interesting. I wonder if they accidentally banned some of those. Because Andrew Brandt does it too. Which, look, I love Andrew Brandt, but you know, him commentating a game isn't. It's something that he's never had practice at, right? Like, he's never been a commentator. He's never spent time announcing a game. Like, that's not really his forte. But yeah. I wonder if it just went down, if it's just technical difficulties, or if he actually got banned. That's funny. All right. Yeah, so I'm picking Jacksonville to cover. -10. Oh, it's banned. Okay. Oh, Miami. Damn. Okay. Hey, crossover. Let's see. I gotta make a note on this one so I know that I actually went ahead and picked this one. Jacksonville +10. Am I stupid for that? Yeah, the Prime Video channel is what I am. Fight Towel, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Let's see. You put any stock into Ravens being awful in first quarters all year offensively? Yes, you bet on Urban Meyer. Okay, fair. Urban Meyer now has 2 wins, not just one. Y'all were wondering if the guy was even going to get 1 win, and I said the only way he doesn't get a win is if he gets fired right after the whole incident, the whole bar incident. And I said he'll get at least 1. Y'all, meaning chat, whoever in chat, y'all know who you are. Oh, does Dan Campbell get a win? I think we have to actually look at the schedule for that. They've been competitive in games. The problem is that you can't. I said what? I didn't say anything. I said that if he doesn't get fired, he's going to get a win. Bills should get dropped to bad tier after that embarrassment last week. No, crossover. You know better. We don't make big time judgments like that off of one game. You went through the Jags schedule like week one and were like, yeah, I don't know if I see a win on this. When did I say that? I'm gonna need that clip, Austin. I don't ever remember saying that. I'm so disappointed. Usually, I mean, I would be disappointed in them losing to the Jags. I'm telling you guys, the Jags aren't horrible from what I've seen the last couple of 2 to 3 weeks. They're not terrible. I know everybody wants them to be, and it's more fun when the Jags are something to laugh at, not be scared of. To the VODs we go. Have fun, Austin. There's a lot to go through. I don't ever remember saying anything good about or anything about them not being able to win a game. Maybe whenever I was talking about him saying the 250, whenever he gave the 250 comment, like, yeah, dude, just go back to college. All right. So by the way, the Jags are 2-1 in their last 3 games. Thank you. They beat Miami. They lost to Seattle. We won't talk about that score, but they also beat Buffalo 9-6. So maybe they're getting better. Who knows? They get Indianapolis this week. They got San Francisco, Atlanta. Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to be looking at Lions. That's what we were talking about. Does Detroit get a win? Detroit Lions 0-8. Pittsburgh. So they're on a bye week, or they were on a bye week last week. Pittsburgh this week. Cleveland, Chicago, Minnesota. Yes, they can get a win. Atlanta, Seattle. Yeah, they can get a win. They're going to get a win. The Jags are who I thought they were. I don't remember saying that. I'm going to need a VOD link. I'm going to need you to clip it, send me the link, DM it to me, whisper it to me. I don't believe ever. The Jags are who I think they are right now. Does that count? Okay, Lions have a Pitt and then Browns, Bears on Turkey Day, Vikings, Denver, Arizona. Yeah, Atlanta, Seattle, Green Bay. Like I think that there's a win in there somewhere. I don't know who it is in particular, but there's a wonky week. It may be this week. Like this is one of those weeks where like Pittsburgh hasn't been good enough for me to be like, yeah, they're totally going to win this game this week. I feel like Pittsburgh is going to play teams close. I feel like the Lions could potentially run the ball. They could have DeAndre Swift could have, like, if I'm looking for a game for them to win, I could totally see them having a decent game. And we've already moved into this game, right? So, like if I'm looking at this game for Detroit and Pitt's front 7, pretty good. However, I do think that there's ways that the Lions would be able to get DeAndre Swift out into routes, get him some receiving yards. They could be good enough. And look, I don't think that, I don't think that Pittsburgh is phenomenal on defense. I think they're good. Vinny, are you a Pittsburgh fan? Look, there's no way I can actually pick the Lions to win, but I don't think that this is a clear cut like Pittsburgh. Oh, okay. Sorry, Vinny. Like, I don't think that this is a clear cut, like Pittsburgh is going to win this game easily type of game. Look, we've been pretty on Detroit pretty much all year, right? We've basically said, hey, like they're going to be able to play with some teams and they're not going to be able to play with other teams. I think since the Baltimore game, we've pretty much been on. We're like, hey, they're probably okay against Chicago, but you know, I don't know. Maybe I can't remember if I picked them against Chicago or not. I definitely said, hey, it's going to be a close game against Minnesota. They're going to get worked by Cincinnati. I thought they were going to get worked more by the Rams, but then we knew that they were going to get worked with Philly. But with the Rams, they pulled out everything that they could against the Rams. So really, they didn't even deserve to be that close to the Rams. Pittsburgh feels like a team that they could potentially, as long as they can move the ball a little bit here and there, they should be okay. Because I don't know that, I mean, Pittsburgh always does just enough. Like we talk about how Minnesota plays close games. Pittsburgh does kind of the same thing. They just do it in a little bit different way. They just try to win however they can win. Now, I don't know if the Lions can stop Najee Harris. That's probably the biggest concern that I would have. Um, be eaten if Claypool is out this week, maybe. Bears and Viking games are the other two. Maybe Atlanta if they can get pressure. Yeah, like there's 3 or 4 games in there that they could potentially, all it takes is a couple balls bouncing their way and they're gonna be okay. I was listening to something in there. Pelicans, Lions, Mariners fan. That is rough. Oof. I mean, I used to be a Lions fan even when they were bad. I didn't really care about if they won or lost. I just loved watching Barry though. So yeah, so like this is I'm interested to see. So where are the Lions at now? Lions are this is defense. This is defense. Lions are 29th in defensive DVOA, 29th in pass, 25th in rush. Their offense shouldn't be that bad though, is it? Actually, never mind. It's Jared Goff, so of course it is. Of course it is. I guarantee you their offense is pretty bad just because of Jared Goff. Detroit is. Stop it. I picked offense. Does Dan Campbell make it to year 2? I mean, man, I hate the idea of bringing a guy in, especially to a team that's so bad, and just saying, "Hey, you get 1 year and that's it." Right? Like I hate the idea of Dan Campbell as a one and done head coach. I love Dan Campbell's passion for the game. Um is he the greatest like scheme it up and you know strategic genius of a coach? I mean, I haven't seen it if he is, but it's also really hard to judge him based off of this roster. You don't have any receivers. You've got 1 or 2 good offensive linemen, maybe 3 good offensive linemen. No pass rush, nobody to cover. You're slow on defense. Like, yeah, it's just there's not a whole lot to work with there. So I feel like if you're gonna crush Dan Campbell, I feel like the one thing you want to see with Dan Campbell is are these players playing for him to the final whistle of every game all the way through week 16. If he can get that out of his players, that's what you need out of Dan Campbell. Because he doesn't have a roster that he can consistently win with. Now, if he goes 0 and 16, it's hard to keep a guy after 0 and 16 in the NFL. It's hard. Even with a bad, even with a bad roster, everybody can luck into a game here and there. So my hope is that he wins 1, maybe 2 before the end of the season, and he gets to stick around and we get to see him with a little bit better because he's basically taken somebody else's ingredients and tried to fix, he's taking cake ingredients and he's trying to make, chicken noodle soup with them. He's trying to cook up a totally different recipe. And that's really hard to do. All right. Detroit Pitt, man, I like Detroit to cover this. I just don't. I want to look who has Pitt beaten that they've actually covered 8 points on. Anybody? Because I feel like Pitt's played pretty much close games. I feel like there was one team that they beat pretty handily, and that was it. All right, they beat Buffalo in week 1, 23-16. And then they lost to Vegas, lost to Cincy, lost to Green Bay. They beat Denver 27-19. They beat Seattle in overtime by field goal. They beat Cleveland 15-10, and then they won against the Bears 29-27. This feels like a close game. You know what? This might be Vinny. I am so sorry. Yeah, I'm taking the Lions as +8, and I would put Pitt on upset alert. Because if you leave, Vinny, if Pittsburgh leaves Detroit into the game in the fourth quarter, Detroit's going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at you guys to be able to get that W. Detroit been missing their top 2 corners too. Doesn't matter. Their top 2 corners aren't much better than their next 2 corners. They're just not that way. For the way the Lions players have bought in and are playing, I hope Campbell stays even at 0-17. I mean, it's easy to do that through half a season when you're playing for a paycheck. It's hard to do that whenever you're out of the playoffs and it's week 15 and it's cold outside and you got to bring it, right? Like that's the difference. All right, I'm telling you, yeah, I got to take Pitt +8 here. Or Pitt, sorry, Detroit +8. That just feels weird, man. That game just has upset alert written all over it. It's not cold outside. Gabe, I know, but they're gonna have to play outside. They're gonna play Green Bay later in the year at some point. They're gonna play. They don't play. They don't have to play Minnesota outside anymore. But I'm talking about when they play somebody outside late in the year. It's gonna be cold, and they're not gonna be in a position. They're gonna be way out of the playoffs by that point, and they're gonna have nothing to play for other than pride. And can they then get it up, right? Let's see. See, they got Baltimore. They're at Baltimore in week 15. That's pretty much the only cold game they're gonna have, to be honest. Have they already played? Oh, I'm sorry. I picked Green Bay. I'm an idiot. I was like, wait a second. That doesn't seem right. They already played Baltimore. Why would they play Baltimore again? All right. They're at Pittsburgh this week, at Cleveland next week, at Denver in week 14, at Seattle in week 17. They do get Green Bay at home. They already played at Green Bay. They played at Green Bay earlier in the season. So, yeah, they'll have a couple cold games. But yeah, like week 17 at Seattle, whatever, it's January 2nd. You're hungover still from New Year's Eve. How are you handling that one? Denver could potentially be cold, December 12th. All right, Cleveland, New England. This is one of my favorite matchups of the week. All right, Cleveland, New England. This is going to be a fun one. So, Cleveland comes out, puts it on Cincinnati last week, right? Super interesting game because everybody basically says Cincinnati should win this game because they're still reeling off the high of what Cincinnati had done in the weeks prior to this, right? If you were here on Thursday or here on the matchup show, we basically talked about how the Browns were actually in a really good position for that particular game because they basically don't have to change what they want to do, right? Like they're still going to be able to run the ball. They're going to be able to play their zone defense and still be able to keep Chase in check by playing that zone defense that they love to play. They're going to be able to get pressure with Myles Garrett. I didn't think that the Bengals would have a plan for Myles Garrett. The Bengals will have a plan when they know that you're going to blitz the daylights out of them. But if you're not going to blitz them, they think that offensive line is good. So Cleveland showed up and did what they needed to do last week and what we expected them to do, and ended up taking it to the Bengals. This is a little bit different matchup, right? Last week it was a coaching matchup where we knew Cleveland was going to outcoach Zach Taylor and the Bengals. I don't know that Cleveland's going to outcoach Bill Belichick, right? And we've talked about this before. I am a lot lower on the Patriots than pretty much everybody else is. I'm looking at that roster and going, it's not this good. Now, it's hard to take into account. For me, it's hard to take into account how much Bill Belichick actually helps this team, right? Because I can look at this defense and go, Matt Judon, Josh Uche, a couple corners, they're all right. They're not great, but they continue to play very, very well because Bill Belichick is coaching this defense, which is fascinating, right, to watch. And New England will adapt its game plan week to week to whoever they're playing. Against the Bucks and the Cowboys, they're going to play too high, and the Chargers too, which the Chargers said they never saw that on tape. Don't know how they never saw that on tape. All they had to do is go watch the Bears and the Cowboys game, and it was right there for them to see. But for the Bucks, like for those two games, that's not what New England typically wants to do, but they were still able to execute pretty well against it. Coming into this game, completely different matchup. This favors a little bit more into what New England wants to do, right? So they like to play single high. They like to play a good amount of man. They're going to be able to load the box a little bit more because they do play single high. How well can they defend this run? That's really what it's going to be up to, because what's going to happen is New England's going to load the box and they're going to say, Baker Mayfield, you beat us. The best way I've heard it described is the Patriots make you play left-handed. They make you want do the thing that you don't want to do, that you're uncomfortable doing. And then they say, "Hey, if you can beat us that way." Now, I think the Browns showed last week they're fully capable of that. I don't think that there's anything that Bill Belichick's going to throw at Kevin Stefanski or Baker Mayfield that they're just going to be completely unprepared for. I think you have enough tape on New England at this point and the different teams that they've played to go, okay, how do they play this? Right? Like we talked about how if it's me, how I would prepare. And I've seen some teams do this, and some teams go, what are the last 4 games? And that's all I want to see. That's the last look at let's look at the last 4 games of film that this team has played, and that's all we need to see. For me, I want to see the last 3 to 4 games, but I also want to go back and look at a team that this team has played that is built close to what we like to do, right? So if I'm the Browns and I'm going and I'm looking at the Patriots schedule, I'm saying, hey, if who have the Patriots played that kind of play like we do? You know, West Coast run first, but West Coast offense. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, not really anybody, right? Like there's nobody there. So New England's played Miami, Jets, Saints, Bucks, Texans, Dallas, New York Jets again, Chargers, Carolina. None of those teams play like I do. So who out of these teams are actually able to run the ball and will choose to run the ball? Maybe the Saints. The Saints are probably the closest in that. And so you go and you look at the Saints film and you say, what did the Saints do that was successful? How did they play the Saints? Did they load the box? Did they ask Jameis Winston to beat them? Because that's probably what they're going to do, right? Is they're probably going to go look at that New England film and say, how did they force Jameis to beat them? And by the way, Jameis couldn't beat them. So they ended up, or I'm sorry, Jameis did beat them. So that's one of those situations where you look at that and say, how did they go? How did they do that? How did they load the box? How did they stop the run? Because you know that they're probably going after Kamara. Browns do have a couple of running backs out, right? Like I know Dearness Johnson is looking like the lead back right now. And that's a bit of a problem. Landry is questionable, but limited practice. He should be fine. Chubb's out. Felton is out. And Kareem Hunt is still on injured reserve and still going to miss. So you're down to Dearness Johnson and whoever else is left. So that to me, that is the only reason to me why New England is favored in this game. Otherwise, I think it's the Browns, and I think it's the Browns pretty easily. Look, New England loves to run this little short dump off offense. Everything, it's kind of it's similar to what the Browns do, but they don't do it as well as the Browns because they don't have the players to do it, nor do they have the quarterback. As Mac Jones is not as good as Baker Mayfield. Don't care what anybody else says. I'm not there on Mac Jones yet. And if you've been on this stream or seen this stream in the last 3 to 4 weeks, Mac Jones isn't doing anything that Tua hasn't done at this point. He's playing a little bit better than Tua, but it ain't like he's separated himself from Tua. So if you want to tell me how good Mac Jones is, then tell me why you think he's different than Tua. Did you ever get Mac Jones tight windows throws numbers? I did not actually. I can probably look to see what his next gen stats are or what the receivers next gen stats are, but it's not going to be good. I mean, the Patriots they don't have good wide receivers. They don't have good tight ends that are going to get a ton of space. Look, the Patriots are going to have problems moving the ball. The only thing that plays in their favor is that the Browns are going to play their zone defense. They're going to continue to do what they do. Problem is that the Browns are now healthy in the secondary. I think Greedy might be the only one that's out, if I remember correctly, or the only one that's actually considered to be out because they've got Ward. Ward had the big pick 6 last week. Treader, Clowney, Malik Jackson, all questionable, but no notes. Let's see. Greedy's the only cornerback that I see that's questionable. Takaris McKinley is questionable as well. Yeah, so I mean, it looks like on defense they're pretty much there. Garrett I would fully expect Garrett to play in this game. So as long as Garrett plays, New England's going to have an answer for Garrett. They're not going to let Garrett destroy their game. So it's going to be important that Jadeveon Clowney plays. It's going to be interesting to see how the Browns play this on defense, because I think they're going to take that zone, they're going to move it in, make it a little bit tighter, rather than playing a little bit of off zone. This is a fascinating matchup for me. I think Cleveland's a better team. I think Cleveland's a much better team. I think the difference in this game is going to be, can Baker hit a couple up top shots? Can he send it up and have a few big plays? Because I think New England's going to let him have them if he can actually hit them. They're going to take away this run game, and I'm curious to see if Stefanski comes into this game and takes a couple shots early to see if he can push the envelope with that secondary and make them back off a little bit so that they can run the ball. Or if he comes out and he runs the ball early and then waits for his opportunity to take those shots because New England is going to be so committed to the run. That's the chess game in my head that Stefanski's got to play. I think Belichick on offense, they're going to continue to do what they've done. They're going to run the ball. They're going to try to run the ball. They're going to throw little short passes. They're not really going to ask Mac Jones to do a ton, especially against this zone defense. And then on defense, they're going to play. They're going to man up. They're going to make New England, they're going to make Cleveland beat them one-on-one on the outside. And I think DPJ and Njoku are probably the two guys that can do it outside. Landry can get open against the secondary, I think. I'm curious as to how Stefanski schemes it up. That's my question. I think I've got a good idea of what Belichick's going to try to do here. For Stefanski, that's where he's got a couple different routes, and that's usually a good way. Like, it's usually good for that team whenever you have a couple of options of how you can do it. It's just making the right choice or being not so tied to that choice that you're able to dump that one and say, let's get to the next one really quickly if the first one doesn't work. And then if they adjust the second one, then go back to the first one, right? Like, being able to rethink what you're doing. Fascinating matchup for me. This is definitely a chess game. I love Stefanski and the strategy that he deploys as a coach. Love the strategy, obviously, that Belichick always brings to every single game. This one's a close one, man. Here's the thing. I don't care if they're playing in New England. There's nothing that, like, about this game. The only thing I would want to check is Foxborough weather Sunday. Sunday is 51, partly cloudy. Wind is 9 miles per hour. So nothing crazy. Yeah, nothing crazy. 1 p.m., 9 mile per hour winds. So as of right now, weather looks okay. If it moves, Saturday looks like it's going to rain a little bit. Monday looks like it might rain a little bit. So depending on the weather on Sunday, that might change it. But for now, I just think that it's hard for me to ever pick against a team. When the better team is the underdog, it's hard for me to pick against them. And I think Cleveland's the better team here, even with Belichick as the head coach of the Patriots. So right now, I'm leaning Cleveland. Cleveland plus 2.5. And it wouldn't surprise me if this moves closer to like a pick'em game by Sunday. Is this still there? Yeah, still 2.5 now. Cleveland plus 2.5. That one's gonna be a fun one, guys. That one's gonna be a blast. All right. Belichick Cleveland revenge game for firing him, obviously. I mean, he's had a couple of those, right? He's been in New England for what, 20 years now? I think he still may get pissed. Look, I think that Belichick puts it more on the Jets than any other team. If you look at their games, they've been close in every single game except for the Jets. And it's not just because the Jets are a bad team. I think it's because they take it to the Jets more than they take it to other teams. They change their strategy and make sure they put the Jets away. I don't know what it is. I think he's got something against the Jets. I think he's always hated the Jets for whatever reason. All right. Minnesota LAC. We'll probably hit this one. let's see. We got this one. We got Philly, Denver. We got Seattle, Green Bay, KC, Vegas. Actually, still the rest of the games are pretty good. All right, still 3-3. I'm surprised Miami's hanging in here this long. Super surprised Miami's hanging in here this long. Gabe, LAC, Minnesota. Which kicker can make a field goal? It might be. I think you're right, but I think it's the more accurate statement would be which kicker is going to miss that field goal. 15 minutes of listening to you on 2x speed. I found the clip of you looking through the Jag schedule. Also, if the Ravens don't score on this drive, I'm officially nervous. I wouldn't be nervous. So first of all, I applaud your efforts and my condolences for you listening to me on 2x speed for 15 minutes. That's impressive. Sorry for the no links in the chat, but if you want to whisper it to me, like send it to me in DMs on Twitch or something like that. Send it to me on Twitter so I can look at it later. But I'm curious, Austin. What do I say? What do I say? Do I say how bad they are and that they might not win a game? This is what I get for talking for 4 hours for 3 times a week. 3 to 4 hours for 3 times a week. You could probably find a clip of me saying how great the Ravens are, how terrible they are, how great the Bucks are, how terrible they are. Yeah, basically. Yeah. See, hard to be consistent without saying the same thing over and over again. Curious to see. Curious to see how the Ravens come up with this drive. 3rd and 9 in their own, inside their own 35, and time ticking down on the half. Okay. I'm curious as to what the box score is on this. Wait, where'd my did my game tracker? Where'd the game tracker go? Why is the game tracker not up? You remember because I asked you if they were going to win the game this year. You come out of it and say you think they'll win 1-2 games, and you started wondering how often a team picks first overall 2 years in a row. Oh, but I said that they might win 1-2 games. Right? I mean, if I say that they're going to win, B-Flow calling a good D. See, this is the one thing I hate, Vinny, about not being able to watch the full game is not being able to watch the game as closely as I would like. Lamar checked in these low percentage plays, 2 straight series on 3rd down. I mean, that's what they want, right? Like that makes a lot of sense. So if Flores shows a ton of blitz and then backs out of it, right? If he shows the blitz and then Lamar checks out of it and wants to throw it deep, but now the Dolphins have backed out of it, they've got the corners to be able to cover that. And then he's going to end up having to check it down, and Miami can tackle. And Miami does blitz enough to make you have to respect the blitz. I mean, they're one of the top blitzing teams in the NFL. So that makes a lot of sense as to why he would play it that way. So good on them. Like I said, Baltimore is such a weird matchup week to week. They're so hard to call week to week. All right, Minnesota, LAC. This is, LAC likes to, like, Chargers love to play close games. Vikings love to play close games. This has all the signs of it being a very close game. When the Chargers can't beat the Eagles by more than what they beat them last week and let them hang around, I don't know that I can pick. I just can't pick the Chargers to win this game by more than 3 points. At 2.5, still a little bit iffy. If it were 3 points, I would be Minnesota all day long. Curious as to what I would do is I would let this line play out throughout the rest of the week. And the reason for that is my hope would be is that this line either moves closer to the Vikings or moves closer to the Chargers. 2.5 feels like exactly where I would want to put it. Oh, it's already moved -3 for the Chargers. Interesting. In half a day or in a couple of hours, it's already moved to -3 for the Chargers. That to me gives me enough to take Minnesota. So for the reason that I say that is we know that Minnesota is going to play close. Let me edit this while I'm here. I'll do it later, actually, because I don't want to mess everything up. So it's actually -3 right now. Chargers -3. Both teams like to play close games. Both teams struggle with field goal kicking, as Gabe said. Here's the thing about this game, and we've talked about it pretty much every week for the Chargers. Minnesota can run the ball, and the Chargers basically say, we'll let you run the ball. We're going to let you. Hey, we're also not very good at it either, by the way. I'm going to do something I've never done. I'm going to stand up. Hey, baby. I'm going to stand up because I can't sit anymore. We're going to be weird for a second. Sorry. So Minnesota loves to, everybody knows Minnesota loves to run the ball, right? So LAC will invite the run, and they also can't stop the run. And they've showed that. And I thought that they would get better at this as the season went along, and they would figure out how to do this. They don't really care to seem to figure out how to stop it, right? And we know that Minnesota is going to do it. They know that they love to do it. They're going to be able to do it. And Minnesota has the type of defense that should be able to stop this this Chargers offense. I actually really like this Minnesota matchup. I love this matchup for Minnesota because I think they have the type of defense and a good enough corner to be able to stop the Chargers from being able to pass the ball. They can attack the protections. They know that they can pass rush Storm Norton and have some success over on the right side, over the right tackle. I fully expect them to be able to play well within this game. I feel like Minnesota +3 is one of the, like, you couldn't talk me into taking the Chargers at -3. I don't think they come into this game with anything to me saying that they can do it. Minnesota, if you want to run against Minnesota, they're like, okay, that's fine as long as you don't pass. They've got some aggressive corners. Mike Zimmer is going to attack the protections of the Chargers. He's going to confuse Herbert a little bit. He's going to force Herbert to throw into some tight windows. I got to go Minnesota in this game, man. I just like everything about this for Minnesota. Minnesota +3. Am I missing? I feel like there's got to be something that I'm missing here. It normally, by the way, so the one thing, okay, if I'm looking for one thing for the Chargers here, the one thing for the Chargers that I would want to pick is coaching, right? So we know that Brandon Staley is going to go for it in every opportunity that he can, in every opportunity that dictates it, right? So for me, that's what could potentially put the Chargers over the hump because Mike Zimmer is not going to do that. Zimmer's one of the lesser aggressive of the coaches in the NFL. And when it comes to fourth down, unless it feels like something that's an automatic for him, he's probably not going to go for it. Unless he absolutely has to, or unless it feels like it's automatic and it still feels like it's a situation where he needs to go for it. So I think that gives them a little bit of an edge here, but it feels like to me, this is a Minnesota game and potentially a Minnesota upset. And I hate to say that because I want the Chargers. I'm rooting for the Chargers this year because I'm rooting for a guy like Staley to be successful. This feels like a good matchup for Minnesota. All right, yeah, I gotta go Minnesota +3 on this one. If it were a pick 'em, if it were 2.5, I would reconsider and say probably the Chargers. But if Minnesota's getting a full 3 points, yeah, I'll take Minnesota. We know they're going to play it close. It's just what they do. And we talked about how the only way that Minnesota is going to be able to really run away with a game is whenever they're going to be successful in the run game And this is the perfect type of game for them to be successful in the run game. Look, Cousins isn't able to make a he can make a throw here and there, but he can't consistently push the ball down the field, and that's going to continue to be a problem because it's going to make that team one-dimensional, and teams are going to be able to press them up. He's going to get his shot every once in a while, but I just don't see them continuing to be that successful. And they don't typically play in phase whenever they've got to rely on a guy like Kirk Cousins and they've got to rely on the pass game. When they're able to run the ball, that's when they play in phase and when they play complementary football between the offense and the defense. But Cousins does not do a good job of managing the game, nor does Zimmer do a good job of managing the game um, whenever they should. Let's see. Eighth on defense, 15th in offensive DVOA. Special teams is 19th. And then LAC is 16th overall, 9th in offensive DVOA, 20th in defensive DVOA. And I'm curious as to what their defensive breakdown is in DVOA. LAC 20th, 9th in pass DVOA, 32nd in defense. They're literally worst in the NFL in defensive rush DVOA. Yikes. Minnesota is, I want to go look at Minnesota's offensive DVOA now. But Minnesota on defense is 3rd against the pass, 26th against the run. So, I mean, both of these teams could potentially run if they really wanted to. And then on offense, my guess is that Minnesota's pretty good. Oh, they're actually, Minnesota's better in, okay, that doesn't align. So Minnesota's 6th in pass DVOA and 29th in rush DVOA on offense. I mean, that's weird because they've had a couple of decent games. Or they've had a couple not great games in terms of running the ball recently, but I didn't feel like that was something that would overshadow what they've done the rest of the season before this. This one's confusing for me. Cook dropped 110 yards, 78 the week before, 140 the week before, 113. Yeah, like the whole rush offense thing seems not in line with what I've seen for the Vikings. Interesting. Let me check their rush EPOA. Sorry, this is stuff that I had earlier and didn't get all of my notes for. Offensive EPA. Where's Minnesota? Vikings are 19th. 19th overall. Their drop back EPOA is one of the higher ones, and their rush EPA is one of the lower ones. Okay. Let's see. Where are they at on this chart? Vikings are in the same neighborhood as the Raiders and the Saints in terms of offensive passing and rushing efficiency. They're above average on dropback EPA and they're below average on rush EPA. So they get it by volume. It looks like it. Yeah, it doesn't add up to me either, Vinny, but it looks like this says that they're getting it by volume, not by effectiveness, is what this tells me, which I would have to dig into a little bit deeper. I mean, I feel like Cousins hasn't. I'll have to look at it later. But yeah, this feels like a Minnesota matchup to me. But if they go with volume in this game, they should still be able to get it for the Chargers, or still be able to get a good amount by running it against the Chargers. All right, Carolina, Arizona. Cam Newton or PJ Walker. Either way, it's going to be an Arizona win. It feels like. Here's the thing. The Carolina defense is good enough to keep their offense in the game. Their defense is going to be good enough against Arizona. Don't care if Kyler's back. Kyler could potentially throw up 400 yards on him, but this feels like Carolina's defense can actually play. This feels more like a James Conner game than it does a Kyler game. That makes more sense. Would be curious. Cook's rush attempts per week. That's what I want to look up is what are we looking at in terms of how often do they run the ball versus how often do they pass, and what is their what's Minnesota's uh pass rate whenever they should be running and run rate whenever they should be passing, and there are ways to look that up. So that's what I want to dig into a little bit more to see if they're running more than they should, but totally could be the case. All right. So yeah, so this feels more like a James Conner game than it does an Arizona game, because Carolina, while they have really good corners, we know that by now, really good secondary, linebackers are fast as hell, and they can get a good pass rush. Problem is that at the line of scrimmage, if you can run against them, you can beat these guys up front. You can beat this defensive line by running over top of them. Arizona has a good enough offensive line to be able to do that. They're going to struggle a little bit in doing that, but James Conner is really good in being able to do that. Even if it's not a clean path, Conner can help get a yard or two extra after contact. Is Kyler off the injury report? I don't think he's technically off, but I think he is expected to play. I think they really probably could have put him in last week if he absolutely needed to go, was the way I understood it. Murray ankle was not in attendance for Thursday's practice, so he's still questionable right now. I mean, they could feel like they don't need to with Carolina, especially with Carolina coming to Arizona. This may be one of the games where they're like, all right, we'll let Colt McCoy do it again. Problem is you don't want Colt McCoy. This is a little bit different, right? Like this is a little bit different for Arizona than last week, because look, Colt McCoy was fine last week, right? Like Colt McCoy did his job against a bad San Francisco secondary. Fine. Good enough. Carolina, wholly different. Wholly different. 10.5 is huge, but don't bet against Arizona. Oh, shit. Gabe, you're right. I was totally feeling Carolina in this game, too. I appreciate you, though, Gabe. So for anybody that is new here that doesn't know, I continuously pick against Arizona every single week, and they continue to beat me every single week. There was one week I picked against them, and it worked out, and then I was like, sure, we can continue doing this, and then no. It still feels like a game where they could potentially. This feels like a good matchup for Carolina. It really does. The problem is Carolina. We don't know what we're going to get out of Carolina's quarterback situation. It's most likely not going to be Cam Newton this weekend. I think it's PJ Walker. I think they let PJ go out there. Cam might dress, might be active, might be emergency quarterback, but I don't think he's going to start. I don't think he's going to play a significant amount unless PJ comes in and just shits the bed, right? Like that's the only way that Cam gets in, I think. So yeah, so for me, that's a damn it, Gabe. All right, fine. I can't pick. I'm not gonna pick this one yet. I want to think about it, but I can't pick against Arizona. Not anymore, right? Not anymore. But yeah, that one's gonna be Matt Barkley is their third QB. That's what I'm saying. Like I think that Cam is probably active as their backup quarterback. At least that's what I'm thinking. He may be able to do enough this week to actually be there as the backup and be there on the sideline to be able to take the mental reps, but I doubt that they put him in. Unless he just comes in and all of a sudden starts, having a fantastic game. I'd assume 10.5 means they think Kyler is good to go and Carolina quarterback doesn't matter. Yeah, that's my thing, right? Is that this line still probably has a lot of movement in it based on the news that we get throughout the rest of the week. So it really depends on how do you feel about Kyler playing and about PJ Walker / Cam Newton in as the. Why are you going inside, you idiot? Ford caught that ball and then runs directly inside. Oh, look, easy access to the sideline. There's no reason for him to go back. You got to know the situation. Brissett can throw the ball. Like Brissett has good pocket movement and he can throw the ball. He's fairly accurate. Problem is that that dude wants to just kind of pitch a tent in the pocket and thinks that he's got all day. So yeah, so this line to me feels like you if you want it, you've got a pretty good handle on, or you think you've got a pretty good handle on who's playing, or you just don't think that it matters, right? Like that's the at 10.5, you just can't think that it matters. This is a careful one for me because to me, this Carolina feels like a team that could potentially keep this game close. And Arizona may have to run a little bit more than what they would typically like to in this game. But yeah, James Conner being able to run the ball should be a big deal. All right. Here's the thing. We got through all the big games early. That was the last the last like big line. So we got four more games left. We'll probably get through these a little bit quick so that we're done and out of here by end of halftime. Philly, Denver. So Denver, a big week last week. After who's Arizona's third running back? It's Edmonds, Connor. I want to say Rondell Moore, but that's not it. I mean, Rondell Moore basically acts as their third down. Um, is it Jonathan Ward? I missed it, Vinny. Ford did it again. He's celebrating like it's a big play. Why are they playing? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I don't get why the Ravens are playing such aggressive single high safety at this point. And 36 is lucky he even got a hand on him. Jonathan Ward, then Eno Benjamin. Yeah. Um, I've heard rumors that that Eno Benjamin is potentially the guy that they like more. I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea if that's true or not. I would go ask one of the Arizona beat writers. Went for the home run, could have went out and saved the timeout. And that's the thing is with 25 seconds, that's a big deal. Oh, get up and spike it. Oh, flag. Never mind. Are they going to call push off? I hope they're not calling that helmet to helmet because it certainly wasn't. Yeah, that's not helmet to helmet. By the way, I feel like helmet to helmet should be something, was nice at ASU. Yeah. I feel like helmet to helmet is something that should be able to be reviewed. I like that they review targeting in college. Either way, that flag, yeah. Either that's so Harbaugh's DPI. So Harbaugh is mad because that allows them to get up on the line of scrimmage and now run a play instead of having to spike the ball. Not that it really matters. What a terrible throw by Brissett. What the hell was that? Was that supposed to be a back shoulder? I mean, I guess it ended up being okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the DPI came from. Female on competition committee now. I hadn't heard that. Katie Black. Oh, I know Katie Blackbird. I interned with the Bengals. I know Katie Black. I know I have met Katie Blackburn before. I've never really worked closely with her, but I've been in and around Katie Blackburn. Whenever I interned with the Bengals. The Bengals run a very efficient, financially efficient operation. If you know what I'm saying, very financially efficient. So efficient that they don't really have a great, like a robust personnel section. Mark Murphy's leaving and she's taking a spot. I mean, Katie's been there for a long time, right? I mean, she's been there for a very long time. The model of fiscal thrift. Thrift is okay, maybe he held his arm a little bit. Fiscal thrift is certainly a way to put it. I mean, it's dude, it's so hard, right? Like it's so hard to have a coaching staff and have them also be your personnel staff. And oh, by the way, the Browns still have some input on who gets picked and what gets picked. So it's not like it's a little bit like the Jerry Jones situation, just not as um overt, I guess you could say. Because he still wants to see and know everything that you're due, muddle a little bit into everything that's going on. No indoor facility, no scouting department. Yeah, I don't know if they fixed the indoor facility thing, but yes, they did used to have an outdoor, a couple of fields outdoor of the stadium that they used to practice on, and then um, this. So they have a personnel department. It is just not as robust or as numerous as all of pretty much the rest of the NFL. Like that was why I always said we should give Marvin Lewis a ton more credit than what we do because Marvin Lewis was head coach and GM. Like he was Bill Belichick basically for the Bengals and doing it on half the money and half the resources and was still putting out terrific teams year to year and specifically really good defenses. And I thought that Marvin Lewis did such a good job given what he was and or given what he was given. And that I felt like that dude deserved a head of personnel somewhere. That dude knows his football, that's for sure. I can't say enough good things about Marvin Lewis. That dude yelled at his players, but his players respected him because they knew that he was trying to get the best out of them. Lewis did a great job at undisciplined teams. Felt like he liked the stuff on. Um, yeah. Um, so Marvin Lewis, he did a good job of identifying talent. Um, Again, not everything that Marvin, not all of the players were always Marvin Lewis's first choice. We'll put it like that, right? Um, there was a lot of ownership. Ownership likes to be involved in everything. We'll put it like that. Who was it? Dwayne Bowe. I know that they love Dwayne Bowe, wanting to get Dwayne Bowe. Um, who else? I'm trying to think. Um, I just I don't have a good way to frame that up without calling people out. So I'll just say ownership was overly involved. We'll put it like that. Ownership was overly involved in pretty much everything when Lewis was there, and he deserved a lot more credit and a lot more leeway. So he was willing to take a chance on some undisciplined players, but not every undisciplined player was his call. Put it like that. All right, let's get into Philly Denver. So Philly, it was an interesting line last week. It was a pick'em game. And the public kept betting on Philly to make it a pick. So Philly, so I think the Chargers were only a 2-point favorite to start the week last week over Philly. And then the public even made it closer and made it a pick 'em game. And I thought that it was a crazy line to start with. And it ended up being a lot closer than what I thought. But what Philly showed me last week is their willingness to actually run the ball now. They figured out, hey, you know what? We can run the ball. We should probably do this more. And that's what they end up doing. Continuity certainly helped Marvin build rapport with his teams. Yes, it did. That was a huge one. Him being around for a while, and never ruining his relationships with his current staff or current players, because new players would come in and be like, "Yeah, you got to respect this guy," because all the current players respected him. New players came in and immediately had to respect him because he already had the respect of all of the veterans. So yeah, that was a big thing. Continuity is one of the more underrated values, I think. All right, so Philly, Denver. Philly's proven that they're willing to run the ball. Denver with a huge, with just an absolute massive game for themselves last week, just massive. And we talked about it going in. So in the Philly game, we said, hey, they're going to need to run the ball to be able to keep this close. Turns out they did actually run the ball. They did keep it close, but still end up losing in a close one to the Chargers. For Denver, Denver goes into Dallas last week and puts up a bomber. End up winning that game 30-16 against one of the NFL's hottest teams, one of the teams that everybody was pretty much saying, hey, like this team, they can get it. Now, before that game, we said, hey, Denver with Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Judy's very important to this offense. Him coming back from injury means that he's now a number one and he's worthy of being a number one. And now it forces guys like Cortland Sutton and Tim Patrick and KJ Hamler further down in the line. And now instead of a Tim Patrick or a or a Cortland Sutton, who are probably more like number 2, number 3 guys, instead of them facing off against a number 1 cornerback, now they're getting a number 2, number 3. That helps this offense tremendously. It makes them able to get open against man coverage, and it showed up. And then Tim Patrick against Trayvon Diggs, who Diggs didn't have a good week last week, don't get me wrong. But Tim Patrick has a big game against Diggs because he can use his size against him. He did have a touchdown where he pushed off that wasn't called, but I mean, that happens all the time. So you can't really be like, oh, that ruined the game. Last week for Dallas was everything that can go wrong will go wrong. But Denver kept their foot on the pedal. They tried to give it back a couple of times and give Dallas a couple opportunities, but it was 30-0 going into the late into the fourth quarter with 4 minutes left. It was 30-0 still. So Denver with a huge game last week. Javonte Williams had a big game. Melvin Gordon had a good game last week. I think Denver showed us last week that when they are healthy, this is who they can be. I thought Fangio came in with a really good game plan, knew what they wanted to do. They did get lucky and kind of caught Dallas in an off week. Trayvon Diggs wasn't as good as he normally is. Dak Prescott wasn't as good as he normally is. They were down at left tackle, but they took advantage of all of those things and they didn't miss the opportunities when they were there. So, does that mean that Denver is now a good football team? I think they showed that when they're healthy, they can be a good football team. And they can probably beat anybody in the NFL. And I'm still not, I still think Philly is historically bad. So Philly, and I didn't see what it was last week, but I don't think they broke the record. But Philly is at a place where they are so bad in coverage that they have now set the record for games where the opposing quarterback has thrown over 80% completion rate against them. They've tied the season record for quarterbacks that have thrown for 80% completion rate against them. And they're only halfway through the season. So they didn't have a single pass defense last week. And like, this is against a Chargers team that is not afraid to throw contested catches, right? Like the Chargers aren't afraid to throw the ball up to Mike Williams and let him go get it, or to Keenan Allen and throw it to him in a tight window. That they're more than willing to do that. And the Eagles still had 0 passes defensed. So this is a completely different setup for them this week. And this is against a team that can actually run an offense where they're going to be able to run people in space, and with receivers that are going to be able to get out into the open space. I Denver should be able to play well against the run. I'm interested to see how well Denver plays against the run. So Denver with Darby, Fuller, and Surtain being healthy played really, really well last week. So they can now load the box and be pretty comfortable about what they have on the outside in terms of coverage. So for me, Denver is in a really good spot in this particular game. They haven't been great against the run, but they are going to be able to load up, because I do think that these corners can maintain. Devontae Smith did have a good week last week. What did Devontae have? Like 100 and something yards, if I remember correctly. 109 yards, something like that for Devontae Smith. That's the one guy I'd be a little bit worried about here. But I think that Denver has enough speed, smart enough on the edges. They did struggle with Lamar Jackson. They chose not to rush Lamar whenever Denver played him earlier in the season. I don't think they make that same mistake against Jalen Hurts. I think they know that he's a running quarterback, and they just need to collapse on top of him, rather than staying off and letting him run the ball. So Fangio, I think Fangio is going to come in with another good game plan here. I'm certainly leaning Denver, and Denver to cover the 2.5. I think it's just another good matchup for Denver this week. And I'm not there. I'm not there on Philly. Still don't think Philly's a very good team. But I do think that they're much better when they run the ball. Gabe, OBJ deal is 1 year, up to 4.25 million. Weird that both his and Cam's are 4.25. 500K signing, 750 for rest of the season. Another 3 mil is team-based incentive for how they finish the regular season. So basically 125 plus incentives. So that makes sense. It's a good deal for OBJ, considering he may be coming in an offense where he's going to be the probably 3-4 guy, like third or fourth guy, maybe to start, and then will eventually work his way into. I mean, I wouldn't think of it as the 1 or 2 role, right? I wouldn't think of it as Cooper Cup's the 1 and OBJ's the 2, and Robert Woods is a 3, or Woods is the 2 and OBJ's the 3. I don't think that really matters in terms of real life football for them. I think OBJ is going to play outside. They're going to move Woods and Cup around a good amount, and those guys are going to play both inside and outside. For the most part, OBJ should play on the outside. I don't foresee any situations where they're like lining him up in the backfield or in the slot. They do run a lot of tight splits so that they can do both in and out breaking routes, and have the space to do it. So that'll be interesting to see. I don't recall OBJ ever doing anything like that in his career. So I want to see if that's something that he can adapt to pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think that's a pretty hefty deal, if you ask me. Because they know that, I mean, the Rams signed him thinking, hey, sorry, the Rams signed him thinking we're in it to win it, right? So they think they're a Super Bowl contender, so they're more than willing to pay that amount, even if he's not the reason they get to the Super Bowl. That's basically what that says. But if he's not the reason they get to the Super Bowl, how long do they keep him? I don't know. I'll have to look at that a little bit closer, Gabe. I don't know how I feel about that off the top of my head. I mean, it's basic. Teams are always going to give him something small, and then load it up with incentives for the rest of the season, which he was probably fine with, because he probably believes that he can get there as long as they throw him the football. But I don't know. That one's an interesting one. I need to think about that one and look at it a little bit more. I didn't really have like a here's what I think he's going to get. I hadn't gone that far. So I don't know how that compares to what I think he should have gotten or would have paid him myself. But that is a very interesting way to do it. I would have thought that they would have given him individual incentives and not team incentives, because the team incentives could have nothing to do with him. If he's being a jerk, they could kick him off and he's still, well, I mean, I guess if they kick him off now, he still doesn't get the incentives. So, because he doesn't get the incentives if they fire him, and then in the postseason they go to the Super Bowl. He doesn't get it because the contract goes away. All of his incentives go away. He only gets what they pay him in terms of his actual salary on a week to week basis, and the bonus is based on him achieving those goals or the team achieving those goals while he's on the roster. If he's on the roster, he doesn't get team incentives. So interesting. Cool. Very, very interesting. All right, Seattle Green Bay. So these next three games are really good games in my opinion. So for me, Seattle Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers comes back. Aaron Rodgers, Karen Rodgers, however you want to call him, however you feel about him. Um, Seattle gets Chris Carson back, but more importantly, they get Dorky Wolverine back. Mr. I am a fantastic healer and one of the best healers on the planet. And I get back early from every injury that I've ever had. He's my dorky version of Wolverine, basically. So this to me could be a fun matchup. Green Bay's defense is playing much, much better. I thought they played a hell of a game last week, probably their best game of the year last week. They tackle really well. Seattle tackles really well. So there's not going to be a ton of extra yards after the catch in this particular game. It's this line is in Green Bay, so it's basically saying these two teams are equal, but because it's in Green Bay, we think Green Bay is going to win. Um, there's a question of are either of these guys going to be rusty? I would say that there's not a chance that Aaron Rodgers is rusty if he's only out for 10. Um, if he's only out for 10 days. The problem I have with that is we don't know, and this isn't, whatever you think about COVID is irrelevant. It has a physical effect on the body and people struggle to come back from it. And Aaron Rodgers could end up gassed in this game. If he's not fully recovered from it, and if you've known anybody that's gotten a bad version of it, a week and a half isn't fully, you're not fully back to 100%. You're talking 2-3 weeks before you feel like you're back to your full self. And Aaron Rodgers is going to go out there and exert himself for 60 minutes on a football field against players like this. Like that's a very interesting predicament, right? And it's not something that's just clean cut that he's going to do. Russ Wilson coming back from mallet finger, which nobody in the NFL has ever had, no quarterback has ever had that I'm aware of. They say that he's fantastic. He's good to go. He's been throwing. How is that going to affect him? Is he going to be rusty from being out for 3 or 4 weeks or whatever it is? Plus the injury, like we don't know how that's going to go. So for me, I feel like both of these teams are going to play a good amount of ball control and not really try to push it and drive it. The chances that they take will be QB driven chances, meaning Russ Wilson and Aaron Rodgers are going to identify something at the line and say, I'm going to go get this. I don't know that they're going to scheme a ton of shots specifically into the game plan, which these guys will do every once in a while. But in this particular one, I don't know how much they really want these guys throwing. Now, Green Bay, as we've talked about, they love to run their ball control offense. Throw as many screens as any team in the NFL. They like to run the ball, try to run the ball a little bit. They'll throw to the edges, throw those screens. Seattle, not good at throwing screens, but they can run the ball a little bit. They do get Chris Carson back. Alex Collins has been okay. The problem is Seattle can't cover anybody, even less so than what Green Bay can. So this is a really, I feel like this is a really tough game to call. Let's see. He did those fake 2-minute drills every game. Russ is ready. dude, I said this on Twitter the other day. Like, here's the thing. Russ Wilson, he has that like that Michael Jordan, Kobe mentality of like I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna win football games or I'm gonna win basketball games and nobody's gonna stop me. Like he has that mentality in his head. I'm gonna work my ass off and nobody's gonna outwork me. I'm gonna be so good at this and I'm gonna perfect everything that I do. It's just Michael and Kobe did it with an edge and they pissed people off and they were assholes about it. And Russ Wilson does it and he is kind of a dweeb. Like he's a dork whenever he does it, right? Like there's no coolness about Russell Wilson. Incredible football player, super smart, works his ass off. But when he's out there doing those things, like you can't help but laugh at him because he's kind of a dork whenever he does it, right? But like when we sit there and we watch Kobe and Mike playing one-on-one games by themselves or playing one-on-one games against players on their team and acting like it's like that it's the NBA championship out there, then you know, that's kind of how that's it, right? Like we've seen them do that same thing. It's just it's a little bit different feel because Russ doesn't have that edge about him like those guys did. Um so I it's all in how you do it, all in what you're looking for. But yeah, the problem is you need to rely on 10 other guys in football. Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a team game in NBA. Don't get me wrong, like one good player on the floor can take the game over. And only one player on the field in football can do that, and that's the quarterback position. So it's kind of the same, but you still need like a quarterback can't do it all by himself. Where in basketball, I feel like you can. But hey, I can't talk about basketball. I talked about basketball one time on Twitter, and people ate me up over it for it because it is not my sport of achievement. So, all right, let's see here. Yeah, I just for this game, I think Green Bay is the better team. I just don't know. Yeah, I still got to go Green Bay -3. Even with a rusty rod like a gassed Rodgers, I don't know, man. Um, I don't understand how Seattle is going to be able to stop this Green Bay offense. They can't rush the passer. The linebacker play isn't terrific. They can't cover anybody. I Seattle's just not they're not it, man. I mean, if you're mad at the 49ers, you're basically looking at the 49ers in a mirror with Seattle because Seattle's had that same level of quarterback play. Getting Russ back will help in the long run, but the only way Seattle wins this game is if Russ takes it over. And I can't confidently say that Russ is going to come back into this game 100%. And Green Bay's defense has been playing better. As much as I hate to admit it cuz I dragged Joe Barry earlier in the year because I don't think he's a very good coordinator. I really do think Matt LaFleur has had a good amount of his hand on that defense and helping that defense get into form. I don't think Joe Barry's done it on his own. And it's not like they've had a bunch of guys coming back from injury um that have made that defense better. They've just they've done they've rotated a couple of things. They don't play two man against everybody all the time anymore. They've figured out how to tackle. They're willing to blitz a little bit. They're getting better pressure on the quarterback. Like they're doing a few things both schematically and both and also in execution that have benefited them. So we'll see. But I like Green Bay in this game. I do think that they deserve to be favored, especially in Green Bay. Though again, we talked about like I'm not sure that sorry, I'm watching Brissett run on the sidelines. He says he's good. He says he's good. Um, but I'm not sure the Green Bay gets a huge home field advantage out of this. I just don't see how you stop Green Bay. Whoa. All I saw, I turned over and looked, and there were three Miami Dolphins in the backfield. It looked like that was set up as a screen. Had to be a screen, no? Oh yeah, that's exactly what it was. There was a screen and they had it covered. Good job by Miami. Sorry, I'm dying of thirst. All right. Last two games. Kansas City, Vegas. Let me see if this line has moved because I expect this line to move as well. Good God, Lamar. Did you just do that? Oh, you almost did. That was almost good. Marquise Brown. Man, if Marquise Brown had any hands whatsoever, that dude would be a premier wide receiver in the NFL. He gets open so deep so much and just you cannot trust him to catch the ball, whether he's wide open or going up to actually win a ball. All right. I want to check this line to make sure it hasn't moved because I feel like this is a line that's eventually going to move. So Raiders are plus 2.5 at home against the Chiefs. So this is an interesting matchup. And this one I would typically review, but I want to actually talk about the specific scheme and matchup that is going to happen in this particular game. Because I do think that this is very, very important. Hang on, let me see if I can send out a tweet about this one because I hope we get some people involved. I don't think I created one for this particular. Nope, sure didn't. All right, sorry. I got to send out one tweet. Will the Raiders do what is necessary, but that they don't want to do to beat the Chiefs? Please still be there. Yes. All right. This is a Tua coming in with a broken finger. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Did I hope I just didn't. Sorry, Gabe. Sorry, Gabe. Gabe, I just banned you. I banned you and then I unbanned you because I was trying to ban the other person. Sorry about that. All right. This is a fascinating game to me. For the Chiefs and Raiders. So we know the Chiefs, right? We've talked about the Chiefs a good amount, and specifically the scheme of the Chiefs and what the Chiefs want to do on offense and what they want to do on defense. So on defense, they like to force you into negative plays. When they get you into negative situations, then they like to bring the blitz, bring the pressure. They're willing to leave their corners out to dry one-on-one on the outside, and that's going to leave some opportunities for some big plays. Now, they have been playing Daniel Sorensen less and less because he has been consistently targeted and successfully targeted by other teams, which is allowing them to put up a good amount of points. Now, on offense, the Chiefs have faced more too high man coverage and zone coverage. Sorry, Gabe. I didn't mean to, man. I apologize. I hit the right person, but then I accidentally it removed them and then accidentally clicked it again. So, um, Tua is coming in. Okay, interesting. So with the Chiefs, we know that every team has played too high against them, and they've struggled against it because they can't be patient. They come out, they play one good drive in the first quarter, their first drive of the game. They're like, "Yeah, this is good. Yeah, we can do this. We can dunk. We can run the ball. We can throw some screens. We throw some swings. We're gonna be okay." And then all of a sudden, second drive, Patrick Mahomes kicks in, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm bored. Let's throw it deep." And then against that too high, it starts causing problems. Passes get knocked down, the interceptions happen because he's throwing into traffic, because he's trying to push the ball into tight windows. He hasn't been particularly accurate over the last few weeks. Like, ball placement has been an issue. Like, it's been a kind of a compounding effect of different things. But those two high safeties that teams are playing against them is a big deal. Specifically for this game, why is it a big deal? Nobody plays more cover three than the Las Vegas Raiders. Almost called them the Oakland Raiders. The Las Vegas Raiders. Gus Bradley loves his cover three, loves his single high safety. Nobody plays more single high safety than Gus Bradley. And he does it, and he's not ashamed to do it. And he'll rotate in and out of it. He'll show you some different looks and stuff like that. But this is effectively that Seattle defense that you saw with the Legion of Boom, just not with as good of players. Cam Hayward's been fantastic. Don't get me wrong. Cam Hayward's been phenomenal as a corner this year. Been terrific. Max Crosby gets pressure. Ngakoue has been pretty solid from game to game. A little bit inconsistent, but from different games he gets a good amount of pressure. The Raiders defense has been pretty good, but that defense is the exact type of defense that you don't want to play against Patrick Mahomes. The only saving grace, Casey Hayward. Sorry. Yes, Casey Hayward has been really good. Thank you, Hodzi. Appreciate it. Welcome in, by the way. That's the exact type of defense that you don't, or coverage that you don't want to play. The Raiders don't blitz a lot. That's not what they do. They typically rush 4, and they're good with that. That's good against Patrick Mahomes because you don't want to blitz him. But are the Raiders willing and able to play too high against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid? That's the question. Because if they're willing to do it, can they do it? Or does Gus Bradley stick to what he knows and say, no, we've been okay. Like, we've played them all right. Look, the Raiders have played Kansas City pretty tight, and their defense hasn't been horrible against them the last few years. So, hey, fantasy football addicts, welcome. Thanks so much for the raid, guys. Thank you guys. Hope you guys had a good stream tonight. Appreciate it. Hope you guys got some good conversations in about OBJ and figuring out what the hell the Rams are going to do, because anybody knows. Bambo, thank you so much. Welcome in. Tashley, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Appreciate it. We're just talking about the Raiders and Chiefs. And if the Raiders love to run their cover 3, they love to run their single high safety. And every other team against the Chiefs this year has run too high. And that's what the Chiefs are struggling with. So are the Raiders willing to take what they always do and change it to do what they need to do against the Chiefs? Now, just because they play single high safety doesn't necessarily mean that the Chiefs are just going to torch them and attack them. But it does mean that they're going to have to do it differently than what everybody else has shown has worked against Patrick Mahomes. So it's a little bit of a roll of the dice. So we'll see. Tashley, the Raiders D-line has been for real. Absolutely. Like, I was a little bit worried about Max Crosby because early in the season, he hadn't had a lot of good competition. Like, him lining up over he had Storm Norton and a few different right tackles that weren't very good. I thought it made him look a little bit better, but then he played a pretty good game against Lane Johnson. Pretty much every week he continues to go out there and be really, really successful. So Ngakoue's been really good too. Fantasy football guys, I'm on the OBJ side. I think he gets 6 to 8 targets. So here's the thing, guys. He got 6 to 8 targets in Cleveland. He had 1 target first week, and then he was averaging 6 or 7 targets, if I remember correctly, because we pulled it up a little bit earlier. Let's see. Where'd it go? Oh, I think I cleared it already. Come on. Odell Beckham. Game log. So Beckham, he didn't have that many receptions. Baker is not very good. So whenever we talk specifically about scheme, right? So we talked about this last week. So Odell and that scheme was never a fit. I appreciate that they wanted to go get a talented player, but the Browns offense is built on precision. Be where you are, where you're supposed to be on time, on the dot, with on the inch, on the marker. And the best way to describe it is, if there's a guy sitting on the spot where you're supposed to be, your job is to run through him, not run around him. You're still supposed to get to that spot. Beckham is the type of guy that when he's running his route, he runs off of side adjustments. If there's a linebacker that's undercutting his route sitting in zone, he'll carry his route a little bit higher to give the quarterback some more space to throw the ball. It's fantastic if the offense wants him to do that, but that's not what the offense wants him to do. The Browns offense wants him to be on the spot that he's supposed to be, because Baker's progressions go directly through each spot, not necessarily through each receiver, but through those spots, because he knows that that guy may not be to that spot when his read gets there, but he needs to be to that spot. Like, he needs to see that spot open and then throw it, and then Beckham run into that spot. If you can't trust, and this is a problem with Carson Palmer, later in his career, was he didn't trust his wide receivers to be where they were supposed to be. So when you're throwing to a spot and your receiver's supposed to run there, but he's carrying it upfield by an extra yard or two, now all of a sudden your throw that's made to hit him in the chest is now hitting him in the ankles, because now he's 2 yards upfield because he wanted a little bit more space. So it's a bad combination between what Beckham wants to do and what he's engineered to do, like what his body tells him, what his brain tells him to do, versus what that offense wants him to do. I think in the Rams offense, he's going to have more freedom. Like, if you could ask me to where Beckham wanted to go, I would put him in the Patriots offense, because it's a pure side adjustment offense. You look and see where the safeties and the corners are, and you play off of that. And you need to be on the same page as your quarterback, and your quarterback is adjusting to the site just as the wide receiver is. So I'm really fascinated to see how this works in LA. I think it's going to work because they typically work off of space in the way that they do their routes. They do a lot of tight splits to allow inside breaking routes, outside breaking routes. They're going to run guys into the middle, crossers to get people, get their eyes going the opposite ways and get guys free in space. And Beckham's going to be able to use space very, very well in the Rams situation. The question is how do you split, how do you split targets in that offense? There's a lot of mouths to feed at this point. I think Van Jefferson gets knocked off the totem pole, and it's basically probably Kupp, OBJ, and Woods in terms of order as to where those go. But that Rams offense doesn't dictate that on this play you need to go specifically to this player. It's dictated off of how the defense guards you. And Stafford will force it a little bit to Kupp. I don't know if he's going to force it as much to Odell Beckham. We'll see. The offense passes enough. I think he'll find enough volume, and there's other weapons to defend. I think that's going to be the biggest thing, right? Is Beckham had a couple of decent weapons. The problem is that, like, around him to kind of take some heat off of him. And by the way, like, his dad's video, it was accurate in that Beckham would be running open in the open field. The problem is that that's not the way NFL offenses work. Like, Randy Moss would run open all the time and not always get the football, because the look pre-snap and the progression didn't take Brady or Dante Culpepper, or whoever it was, didn't take him there whenever it was necessary. So there are certain quarterbacks and certain people that in certain offenses where the quarterback is in full control and is allowed to look at it and go, "Oh, I've got one-on-one out here. I can throw this up." It's not as locked into the structure of the offense. And Beckham would thrive in an offense that's not as locked in like that, because I do think he could still be a good outside receiver. I think he's a talented player. I don't buy that he's not worth being on a team and that he's not worth paying for. I fully expect him to be a good player in LA. My only question is he never really had a great attitude in New York. He never really had a great attitude in Cleveland. What changes now? If they force feed him, it hurts their offense. Because I think their offense is fine the way that it is. So hopefully he doesn't come in and upset that. I mean, this could have been the best signing for the rest of the NFC that the Rams could have had, depending on what Odell Beckham actually comes in as. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, he's always been a headache. Do they have Excedrin for it? We'll see. I do think that McVay does a great job of getting through to his players, but I mean, they literally had a situation where they let Deshaun Jackson go because he wasn't happy. He wasn't getting the rock enough. They're not willing to bend what this offense does just for a single player. So it'll be an interesting situation. Fascinating to watch it play out. I do think he's going to be productive. I just don't know how productive. Like, I mean, if I'm looking at it in terms of you guys, I'm looking at it in terms of fantasy. I mean, he's easily a flex, if not a wide receiver 3, maybe wide receiver 2. But you're going to have some games where he goes 2 for 25, and then some games where he goes 7 for 120 and 2 touchdowns. So it just depends on the matchup and how the other team decides to play the Rams. But appreciate you guys coming in. Thanks so much for the raid. It was awesome. Let's see. What else? Did I miss anything else? Raiders have been a tough out all year. The Raiders are a good football team. I fully believe it. I worked with Rich Bisaccia in Tampa Bay, and I fully believe in his ability to lead a football team. He's not a strategic genius. He's not Sean McVay. He's not going to be out there running the offense, running the defense. He's a special teams coordinator that is a great leader as a person. I think he's got enough around him to be able to help him, to be able to do it. Greg Olson seems to, and Derek Carr seem to have something going. Last week, Derek Carr, he was the concern I had last week was, are they going to come in distracted? Because the other game that they lost pretty badly this year was whenever all the Gruden stuff was happening, and they came into that game distracted and they ended up losing it. Last week looked the same. Derek Carr didn't look like he was throwing the ball with as much zip and confidence as he typically does, and I think that cost them last week. They needed him to come in and zip it around the field, and he was not prepared for it. So I do appreciate that Derek Carr is being as aggressive as he is this year. So let's see. What else did I miss? Beckham is a 6 target, 3 catch, 30-yard receiver right now. I mean, that's what he was in Cleveland. I think he's more than that in the Rams offense. Again, he had, I think whenever you're looking at like he had 9 targets, 5 catches, 77 yards in the game against Chicago. He had no TDs all season. He had 7 targets, 2 catches against Minnesota. He had 3 targets, 2 catches against the Chargers, 8 targets, 5 catches, 79 yards against the Cardinals. I mean, it's obviously games where they've had to put up a good amount of points. Actually, against the Chargers, he only had 3 targets, and they had to put up they put up 42 points in that game. So, it's hard to say, man. I think his receptions to targets will go up because the type of offense is going to be different. It's not a precision offense in LA. It's more of a feel offense. Stafford's going to see a safety dropping, and he's going to be able to throw it over top of the safety instead of where the safety is standing, because that's the way the offense is drawn up. It's just 2 totally different offenses. And Baker, by the way, Baker runs that offense exactly the way they want him to. So it's kind of like everybody hates on Goodell. We hate Goodell because Goodell has awful rules and mismanages the NFL, and the referees are bad, and it's all Goodell's fault. And the owners are going, my pocketbook's full. My purse is full. I got all kinds of money. I got billions of dollars in team valuation, and my bank account is going, my value as a owner is going through the roof because my team value is going through the roof. And they're going, Goodell's doing a great job. Goodell's doing fantastic, right? Like, it doesn't really matter what we think. It matters about what the people in charge think. And Stefanski, I think Stefanski loves what Baker Mayfield does. I don't think he loved what OBJ did. And I think they made a decision of, if you're going to pick one, are you going to figure out how to get Odell to fold in and slight Baker to do it? Or are you just going to dump Odell and be done with it? And they made their choice. I think that says a lot. Listen to what people do, not to what they say. NFL defenses are going to force the Rams to take the options they want, force that ball to the tight end and running back. You could see a lot more cover 2. I do think that the Rams will do a better job against cover 2 than a lot of these big play teams. Like these teams like the Bucks and the Cowboys and the Chiefs that are so used to being able to throw these deep shots and be successful with them. It's hard for them to throttle down, right? Like if you're used to going 100 miles per hour, even going 70 feels like it's slow. And they struggle with that, and they struggle being patient and just riding it out and just running the football and running teams out of cover 2 so that they have to load the box before they can go up top again, or being able to figure out creative ways to be able to go downfield. And that's what the Chiefs are going to have to do with, or the Raiders are going to have to figure out this week, is Do they stay in that cover 3 that they continue to run and have run at an 80% clip this year? Like, we're talking no team runs one specific coverage more than the Raiders do. The Raiders run more cover 3 than the Texans run cover 2. So, and that's saying a lot because that's Lovey's defense. They run more cover 3 than Lovey Smith runs in cover 2. That's impressive. So, it's a fascinating thing, and I think that's what it comes down to, because I think the Raiders are going to be able to get pressure. The Chiefs O-line does a really good job in running the ball and run blocking, so I'm surprised that the Chiefs don't actually run the ball more. It'll be really interesting just to see how they rotate that coverage in. And if they don't, this is where it's going to get interesting. If the Raiders don't, and Patrick Mahomes is able to take shots deep, are they as successful as they have been in past years? Because we can say, hey, the cover 2 is causing Patrick Mahomes to do that. Well, if the Raiders play cover 3 and Patrick Mahomes is getting single high safety looks, and he's able to get one-on-one with Tyreek and Kelsey and get what he likes to see in terms of coverage, well, we're going to find out if it's just the cover 2 that's perplexing Patrick, or if it's actually Patrick being a little bit off this season, which I think he has been. But I also think that if the Raiders give him the opportunity, he could potentially figure it out this week. And if the Raiders are the ones to let Patrick Mahomes kind of get his groove back, then the rest of the NFL is going to be pissed. Derek Carr might be the most underrated QB in the league. I think he's getting his due this year, Tashley. I really do. I think there's a lot of people that are saying, hey, this guy's played like one of the best QBs in the league this year. He's no more dinking and dunking for him. He's definitely been one of the most aggressive. Matt Stafford, let's see. Matt Stafford forced the ball if he wants his wide receivers, and if Stafford has to force, he'll force the cup. Yeah, I don't think he's going to go out of his way to force it to OBJ. Hazi, he's gonna fit that Van Jefferson role, which is about a 5-target, 3-catch role. I think he actually takes some of the. I think he'll take some of the. When they do go to 12 personnel and they only have 2 wide receivers in there, I think OBJ is the guy, not Woods. I think he ends up being the guy. Woods might be the guy this week, but in the future, OBJ will take some of those snaps. So I do think that he's going to encroach not only on Van Jefferson's. He's not only is he going to take Jefferson's snaps and targets, but he's going to take a little bit of Woods's too. So, I mean, 7 targets, 5 catches, 60, 70 yards. It's better than what he's getting in Cleveland. OBJ is Ewing theory on Cleveland. He's the epitome of the Ewing theory in Cleveland. They look so much better. And that's what we talked about in the last show, right? Is when you run that precision offense, if one person is out of step, it breaks the entire chain of what Baker is supposed to be seeing, right? Because he hesitates when he has to give an extra half a click to look for whoever's supposed to be in the spot that they're not, then he has to hesitate in getting to his next read, right? So if he's going left, right? If he looks left and Landry's there, but Landry's covered, and then he goes to look right and OBJ isn't quite where he's supposed to be because OBJ went a little bit higher in his route and is a step and a half behind where he's supposed to be based on Baker looking at a spot, wanting OBJ to be there. He's going to look for that spot and say, OBJ's not there. Oh, OBJ's over here. Nope, can't throw that. Now I'm going to look at DPJ, Donovan Peoples-Jones. I'm late on that one because I didn't get there because of OBJ. Now I've got to scramble around a little bit and figure something else out. Like, that's how that works in that particular offense. So I think it actually works better. It's a mutual divorce. Both parents are going to be happy in this divorce, I think. And that's okay. Some people are just better off apart. Rams also have a back shoulder threat now. Yes, they do. And Stafford's pretty good at throwing that pass too. Cup is an everything threat. I appreciate Cup so much. Let's see. Tua's not throwing it well at all. Jacoby with a bad knee would be better than this. I mean, Tua's not the greatest quarterback in the first place, right? Vinny, I think you were here last time. I don't know how long. I don't know if you've been here before that. But I don't know who their emergency QB is, Gabe. probably somebody we don't really care. I mean, if you got if you've got Tua and Jacoby, uh, I mean, we can't really have a whole lot of hope for whoever the third guy is. Patrick Laird, no, that's the running back. I don't know who their emergency quarterback is. Their practice squad quarterback is Jacob Dolagala. I have no idea who that is. No clue. Never even heard of the guy. Jacob Dolagala. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Central Connecticut State. Lord have mercy. Yeah. This is former Bengals practice squad guy. Come on. Come on. Is it this? I'm trying to get this so that I can. It won't let me paste it. Well, damn it. I was going to send it to you guys in chat, but holy smokes. This guy is. Here, let me just do this. This guy is that's Jacob Dolagala. That's the third quarterback for Miami. He is that is quite a neck on that guy. Shouldn't have any problem seeing over the offensive line. 6'5" and that neck. Okay. That's some Mike Glennon type of neck right there, man. All right. Well, good luck, Miami. Hey, here's the good thing for Miami. It's still 6-3, right? Albert Wilson probably emerges. I forgot Albert Wilson was there. Had attempted a trick play earlier in the game that he was supposed to throw. I mean, it's still 6-3, and that defense is stopping the Ravens. By the way, Lamar has not looked particularly great throwing the ball. The last week, he was not particularly great throwing the ball. This week, from what I've seen, it doesn't look like he's been particularly great throwing the ball. So let's hope that doesn't continue. I mean, the rest of the league will hope that it doesn't, or that it does. But I'm interested to see if that's just a weird thing that is happening, or if that's going to be something that we need to monitor going forward for the Ravens. I need to look at, so what I want to do with this particular game is I want to go back and look at the Raiders, and look at them week by week. Lamar heated on the sideline right now. So I wonder if he's just pissed at himself or if he's pissed at the rest of the team. I want to go back and look at the Raiders because I want to go back and look and see how they've played different teams from week to week. And is there any given week that the Raiders got out of that single high safety, even to a small degree, or if they've just said, this is who we are, this is how we're going to play. Because think of it. Oh, they're trying to create something. Oh, okay. Well, that's one way to do a flea flicker, I guess. Why did Gaskin just fall? I guess he just fell. That was a flea flicker screen. Not really. That was just a flea flicker where Tua had no shot at actually being able to throw the ball down the field, and he just happened to see the guy right in front of it. Like Gaskin was still right there, able to catch the ball. I mean, it actually works. It's kind of an interesting little play that somebody's probably going to pick up on. So if you think about it, right, like whenever you run a flea flicker, or like a little toss like that, usually the toss goes back to the quarterback and the quarterback throws it up deep. Like it's usually just a long ball. Nobody ever really covers the running back after that, because once he tosses it back to the quarterback, that's the end of his play in a flea flicker, unless there's a little bit of a scramble. But it's effectively a screenplay is what it is, right? Like, because you're getting it to this guy, you let the defensive line, oh, that's a big hold. You let the defensive line kind of come towards the guy. He throws it back to the quarterback, and then they're like, oh, I got to go get the quarterback. Now those guys are completely out of position from the running back, and you toss it right back to him, and now all of a sudden he's got a bunch of green in front of him. Might be something to that. Feels like a nice little high school college play. Something that could be pulled off. All right. Yeah, I want to go back and look at the Raiders. Look, we know who the Chiefs are at this point. We know who they are. We know who they want to be. We know what they have to do against certain type of defenses. But are they actually going to get that defense this week? That's the big thing. Man, Tua looks like he's got a. Tua looks like he's got to take he's got a crow hop to get a ball to go that far. Like I honestly think that I have a stronger arm than Tua. Like he literally had to crow hop to get that ball up there. Tua could probably honestly, Tua's mechanics are so bad. Tua could probably get a could probably get a throwing coach, a mechanics coach, and he could probably eke out an additional 10 yards in his throwing motion. Because first of all, he's left-handed. I'm going to do this right-handed. But any good baseball player knows this, is that to get the maximum torque out of your body, you got to keep your front shoulder in. So when you're throwing, you want to keep that front shoulder on target as long as you absolutely can, right? So you want to be here. When Tua goes to throw, he's here. Like he's doing this. His chest is always facing the target, not his shoulder. And that's what gets him in trouble, because that dude looks like he's got to put everything from his ankles up into every single throw to get it to go more than 10 yards. Ravens are going to lose to the Dolphins? Nah, I still don't believe it. The Ravens haven't played well, but I still feel like they're going to end up figuring something out in this game. If Tua swapped back to his dominant, he wouldn't have to worry about that broken finger. He's what? Tua's always been left-handed. Can he throw right-handed? That's something I've never heard of. Gabe, wonder how much Tua hip injury impacted him. Doesn't matter. If he's got if his hip injury is that big of a problem, it doesn't mean that he still can't go get his mechanics fixed. He shouldn't be opening his hips and his shoulders that much. And honestly, it's probably putting more torque on his hip and on his more than by him doing it the way that he's doing it than by him, because if it's an outer tear, like him opening that hip and then trying to torque on it, that feels like that probably is going to hurt more than him actually keeping that hip tucked and then turning. And if he stays over top of his front foot, which he should, then he can still turn his front knee, which will then open up that hip and not put as much torque on that hip. So theoretically, it should actually hurt it more based on what I know about biomechanics and kinesiology. Wasn't there some story about his dad forced him to throw left even though he was right-handed when he was a kid? I don't know. Maybe. That's very possible, Vinny. I'm gonna wait to pick this game on Sunday. There's no shot I can pick this game today. Got to do more work. Fascinated by that though. Fascinated to see if Vegas tries to run the ball, take the ball out of Mahomes' hand a little bit, because Josh Jacobs is totally capable of running against the Chiefs. So we'll see. That offensive line, the Raiders' O-line is not very good at run blocking though. So I'm curious if they even give that a go, or if that's something. Ooh, okay, maybe the Ravens are going to lose to the Dolphins. The Ravens certainly aren't going to cover like I thought that they would. All right, well, Austin. I'm rooting for you, bro. I'm rooting for you, brother. All right, final game of the week. Rams and San Francisco. So we talked about San Francisco. San Francisco is a team that must play from ahead. They must play from ahead. Why? Because they don't play complementary football. Their defense isn't good enough, and their offense doesn't protect their defense. Their offense will leave their defense out on the field for 40 minutes while not being able to keep the ball and move the ball down the field. They like to try to strike in big plays, and then they'll strike in big plays, and then they won't do anything for the next 7 drives, and then they'll strike in a big play again, or they'll have a quick drive. Like I think back to the Colts game that everybody else probably remembers, right? And sure, it was wet, but there were 2 drives. San Francisco moved right down the field, scored in probably what 3 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes in each drive. Like just moved right down the field, scored. The rest of the drives couldn't get past the first series. Went 3 and out on a bunch of them. Couldn't convert third downs. And when they did get past the first series, they gave it back on the second series. So they didn't keep the ball very long when they did have the ball, except for the two scores. And even when they did score, it was very, very quickly. You can't leave your defense out on the field for 40 minutes and expect them to be any good, especially whenever your defense can't cover anybody. When you got Josh Norman out there as your number one corner, probably not great. So they don't play complementary football between their offense and their defense. And Jimmy G hasn't been particularly great. Now, look, anybody that tells you that Jimmy G, anybody that tells you that Jimmy G has been the reason that they've lost recently, the last two games, Jimmy's been fine. Uh-oh. Flag in the end zone. Gabe, it looks like you're like half a second ahead of me. Oh yeah, the hold. It was the hold before. Definitely the hold before. I can't believe Daniel Jeremiah. I can't believe Daniel Jeremiah got bumped. Yep. Ravens, man, Ravens are gonna need a turnover of some sort, plus to figure out what the hell is going on offense for them. That's tough. It's a pretty mutual hold. I mean, it is, but they're always going to call that on the defensive back, man. Unfortunately. San Francisco can't cover anybody when Josh Norman's your number one corner. That's always a bad look. I look, this is a big game for the 49ers. If the Niners, this is going to say if the Niners are playing for real or playing for a draft pick. This is huge for them, right? Because if the Niners are what, 3-5 at this point? Yeah, Niners are 3-5. They can't go to 3 and if they go to 3-6, they're playing for a top draft pick. Oh my God, pick that off. Don't just knock that down. Yeah, they're playing for a draft pick if they lose this game. They're pretty much out of the division anyways at this point. San Francisco pick goes to Miami. Well, I mean, for all their other picks too. Right? Like for all their other picks, second round, whatever, third round, they're still playing for they're still playing for a better draft position. I mean, at that point, when you're picking in the, second, third, fourth round, and not picking in the first round, it doesn't matter as much, but it's still a big deal. But it still matters, right? They still want to get a better draft pick. So, this is a big game for them. If they go to 3-6, they're basically out of the wild card at that point. I mean, they would need to turn around and just, all of a sudden become a good football team, and that's just not the way that this works. So, fascinated to see if they can pull something out in this game. Big deal. Shanahan's gotten a lot of flack last few weeks, right? Is he still a good play caller? Is he the right guy to lead this team? Should he be fired? And I mean, you can point to one winning season in 7 seasons, or you can point to when he actually has a quarterback. When he actually has a quarterback, he's kind of decent. He's 70% whenever 70% winning percentage whenever Jimmy Garoppolo's in the game. So you can find whatever evidence you want to support whatever side you've got. The reality is that the team is a little bit depleted in terms of talent at certain positions, specifically in the secondary. And then on offense, they have enough, but they just can't really piece it together because the quarterback isn't consistent enough right now. So I think they really miss Raheem Mostert, who can score from anywhere on the field. Elijah Mitchell's a good running back and does a good job in this system, but he's not the home run threat that Mostert is with that speed and that vision. Um, Debo Samuel is a monster this season. Brandon Ayuk had a good game last week. Could potentially be the breakout for him, or just could be a little bit of a misleading. Oh, screen. Did they throw that to a lineman? I'm so confused on what just happened right there. Yeah, I don't think that lineman was eligible. What a hit. So first of all, I think he got in. Yeah, he definitely got in. Yo, yeah. Okay, okay. He just crossed the line. Yeah. For sure. What a terror. So first of all, well, I like he's in right. So that's the thing. Is for me, I'm looking at that going, that guy's obviously alignment, but I don't have the audio on to hear if they announced him as an eligible receiver. And that dude caught that ball and ran it like he was supposed to be the guy that like he caught it like he was an eligible receiver. Yeah, I don't so it's not going to count. And illegal touching, okay. And then it looked like there was another late flag. Okay. It looked like there was another late flag, but it looks like we're good now. All right, anyways. Holy cow. This is what I get for watching without like any audio on. Oh yeah, he's totally the right guard. That's funny. All right. Gaskin was right there. Gaskin was never going to catch that though. Make 68. Hey, I got to say, man, Big Boy was moving. Like I said, Big Boy caught that and then he was running like he could do that. Give that dude the football and let him run something. I would love to see that. That was kind of impressive, to be honest. Oh, he's definitely going to be on big man balling. He put it all, dude. He did that dive and like I said, like he gave 1,000% on that play. Like he looked like he was supposed to be the running guy. He had me fooled that he wasn't the guy. Oh my God, Tua, what are you doing? Can I tell you guys something? One of my biggest pet peeves about the NFL is how close they've now put all of the edges, all of the sidelines. So the fans and like fucking sorry, I'm not supposed to be dropping F bombs on stream since I don't have it marked as 18. But look how close that is. Like that part right there, that's concrete. That dude just slipped on, that's concrete. It's asphalt. And if it's not asphalt, it's like that rubber like track stuff. That stuff is not soft. And the Chiefs is like that. The Chiefs is literally I could touch the pylon and put my foot over against the wall in the corner of the end zone. That back pylon, like when it's so close. There are guys that as they're going out of bounds and they go to tiptoe in the back of the end zone and catch it, they're going to hit the wall. And there's no reason for that other than, hey, we need to squeeze an extra row or two into this so that we can charge a little bit more for these seats. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. The fans are so on top of the field now. And look, I get it. I understand why teams are doing it, why stadiums are built that way. But like there needs to be a little bit of player safety. It annoys me. I love the Bucks. The Bucks have a decent amount. Like the Bucks have just about the right amount between the back of the end zone and where that space is. There's a lot of stadiums get it right, but like KC and Miami, two of the worst. Anyway, sorry. I saw that and it annoyed me. For the Rams, I think the Rams are going to be fine in this game. The Rams come into this game uh after taking a beating from the Titans, right? So the offensive line was supposed to be one of the strengths of that team, and then last week it all of a sudden looked like it wasn't. And that's what caused the memes are great. Oh, I'm gonna have to look at that one. Um the interior, it was interior and exterior actually. Um Whitworth was basically the only guy on that offensive line that held up all game last week. Like Bud Dupree versus Andrew Whitworth is just that's a mismatch all day long in favor of the Rams. So, as long as their offensive line holds up, I think the Rams should be fine in this. I'm probably out on the 49ers after watching last game. I do think that there's an element of surprise to this game since it is an intra-division matchup. Shanahan could, if Garoppolo finds his groove, and he's kind of found it a little bit here and there, just not consistently over the last couple of weeks. If Garoppolo can find his groove and stay in it, find it early, start it, and find it early and stay in it for pretty much the entire game, I think 49ers will have a chance. The Rams aren't unbeatable as the Titans showed, and the 49ers do have a good enough defensive line where they could potentially cause them some problems. The problem is 49ers, most of their pressure comes from the edges, and against the Rams, you're going to need to get pressure up the middle. So we'll see how it goes. I'm leaning towards the Rams on this one, simply because I've been burned too many times by the 49ers this year, and I fail to see them getting any better in the secondary. And there's no amount of pass rush that they can generate that I've seen that they can generate to be able to get out of this game. So that's it. That is all of the games for this week. What did we go last week? I think I was like 6-8 last week. Might have been 6-8 last week, I think, if I remember correctly, in a weird week. I'll take that in a weird week. I was one game off of being 500 in a week where the Bills lose to the Jaguars. Oh, there you go, Lamar. Oh, okay, never mind. I like the idea. Lamar, let's see. All right, this was a W. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 6-8 last week. One game out. But I mean, whenever you got Pitt, I thought Pitt should have covered last week. Let's see. When you have the Falcons beat the Saints, Denver beating Dallas, although I got the win on that one because I picked Denver to cover. Let's see. Who else? Jacksonville beating Buffalo. I should have picked different on the Houston-Miami game. That was stupid. Going back and looking at it. Exactly what happened in Vegas that I didn't want to happen happened. Chargers, Philly, got that one right. Packers, got that one right. I picked against Arizona. I blame that one on you, chat. All of you guys that let me pick San Francisco against Arizona last week. I blame that on you guys. Never should have let me do that. I appreciate Gabe. For not letting me do it again this week, for reminding me don't take. Oh, what are you doing? Is that Brown again? Is that Brown? Please tell me that's not Brown. I can't see the number. Don't doubt the Cardinals. Rule number 2. Yep. And rule number 1, don't bet on Davis Mills. Mm-mm-mm. 11 targets, 5 catches for Marquise Brown. The Ravens basically go as Marquise Brown does. Because if he catches the ball like that right there, if he catches the ball, first down, moving the chains. He had a contested catch earlier that if he catches, it puts him first down inside of the 5 that he didn't really fight for. I just don't. You gotta love the good of Marquise Brown, but man, the bad is painful. All right, guys, I think we might stick around for the end of this. Sorry, I gotta sit down again. 3x1 hooks with slant. Oh no, my God. That Lions game will haunt you. I think the Miami game is going to haunt you more, Austin. What can go wrong will go wrong. I mean, that's a catch and a fumble. There's no way. There's no way around it. Sorry, Austin. Austin, you may be trying to convince yourself that that ball was moving, but that's counted as a catch and a fumble. Sorry, I know what you're doing. I know how fandom works. Plus, they called it that on the field, so they got to leave it. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Man, it's crazy when they have those tight shots. Sammy Watkins, 14-point swing today. Yeah. Yeah, that's the fun of Sammy Watkins. It's funny whenever they have those tight shots, how quick these dudes look. Like it's easy to be like, hey, like we see it from a wide angle, and you're like, oh, that dude's fast. He's barely outrunning other dudes. But then you get that tighter shot from the sideline, and you see how quick these dudes really are. It's banana. Y'all all think Peyton Manning is slow. Peyton Manning would whoop your ass at a 40-yard dash. That's the funny thing. I remember there were dudes outrunning 40s in the parking lot for a football game, and refs did a good job not blowing the whistle. Yeah. There were dudes outrunning 40s in the parking lot for money during a tailgate, and there was I forget who the former player was. He was a former tight end, older guy, was like 40 or 50 at the time, and all these young guys were out there running or whatever, and it was a team tailgate, like it was a team sponsored tailgate, and there were a couple of veteran teams out there or veteran players out there, and we go out and check on them, and they're out there running sprints. I'm like, what are you guys doing? And they're like, oh, these guys want to sprint against each other. And they're like, oh, you guys get out here. And they're talking to the former players, and former players like, nah, we're good. Like we're not in this. And finally one of them challenges, I forget who the old time, it wasn't like Jimmy Giles or anybody, because Jimmy Giles put on a few LBs, but it was a guy who was still in fairly good shape. And these guys were out there running 40s in the parking lot and during the tailgate. And so finally this guy's like, all right, man, look, if we're gonna do this, it's $100 right now. You put $100 cash on the table, and whoever wins this comes back and they get the $100. And the guy said, "Sure, got you. I'll beat you." Like trying to show off, so he puts $100 down. Dude, when I tell you that the other guy, the normal guy, was literally eating the dust that came up off of the tight end's trail, like he was literally eating it, because off the rip the guy was gone and he was 2 steps behind and never even came close to it. I mean, he probably beat him by maybe not half, but the second guy, the normal guy, was a little bit past halfway of where he was supposed to be. He didn't even finish running the race. He didn't even make it to where the finish line was supposed to be, because the other dude beat him that bad. And this dude was out there beating everybody else. The normal guy was out there beating everybody else in all of these 40s, and then he gets up against his former tight end that's like 45 at this point, and the former tight end just absolutely smokes him. It's insane. The kickers outrun most. It's insane. Go time yourself running a 4. Like look at who's the guy that I hate. I don't hate. Hate's a strong word. Who's the slimy business dude that he always like tweets like marketing and stuff, marketing deals, and he's like super slimy and just grimy and acts like he knows everything and acts like he's better than everybody else. Ravel, yes, yes, Darren Ravel nailed it. You guys knew exactly who I was talking about. Um, but Darren Ravel was whenever he runs his 40, like that's what most normal people look like running a 40. And put that up against like Rich Eisen is pretty athletic, not gonna lie. Like he's fairly athletic for him getting out there, but he's still gonna get smoked. Like they show the offensive lineman. My favorite thing of the combine every year is when he runs the 40 and then they overlay these 340-pound defensive linemen, and it's like here's Rich, here's the offensive lineman, and then it's like and Rich is just chasing him the whole time. It's just not even close. It's insane. It's hard to grasp how athletic and how quick these guys are. Like I said, even Peyton Manning would beat you by a good bit in a 40-yard dash. Brady versus Rich, Brady wins by a second or more. Yeah. Yeah, I fully believe that. The overlays are the best, especially when they give Rich that. I forgot about the head starts, but yeah, they're right. They're like, hey, go ahead, Rich. And he's like a quarter of the way down the track, and then they start the other guy, and then a defensive lineman, you know, looking like they need to label it not suitable for work because he's got bits bouncing all over the place, as he's coming down the pike, and he still outruns Rich Eisen. I kind of want to look at some of those. Rich Eisen overlay. Rich Eisen versus top prospects. All right, let's see. Rich does it for a good cause and takes it well. Rich loves it. Don't look. We're not making fun of. It's funny because we're not making fun of Rich because Rich does it knowing that it's for a good cause and that it's something fun to do, and he knows he's gonna get um he knows he's gonna get made fun of, right? Oh my god, look at Jameis. Wow. Marcus Mariota. Oh, look at that. Look at Rich's. Look at Rich's head start. And still loses by a mile. Oh my god. Here, let me do this. 10-yard head start. Kevin White. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, they're giving him 15 yards. Philip Dorsett. Oh, the 4-3-3. Look. Rich looks like he's standing still. I thought Kevin White was going to be good too, Austin. Rich. Rich. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look how quick that is. Kevin White made his first catch in like 3 years the other day. Oh my god. Leonard Williams just 302 pounds. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at that. Rich can't even stay in the shot. Oh, good old Rich. 6'1's not bad. That's what I'm saying, Gabe. Like that's probably 6'1's probably something like we would run, right?
When we added your 10-yard split of 2.10,
Oh my God.
William the refrigerator Furry. And finally, when we punched in the 610, you ran into 40. It's clearly the old.
I'm probably gonna get. Oh my God. Oh, that's just wrong. 6'1's not terrible for a normal person.
Hey, you do know this man has kids, right?
Yeah.
Can you guys?
Oh man.
I mean, don't forget, 2 years ago you were under 6 foot, 6 seconds. So you can do it again.
I just lost a
He
tenth
said
of a
you're under
second.
You
6
can bring
feet.
it
I just
back.
lost a tenth of a
You can
second.
bring it back.
Said you're under 6 feet.
No,
Sorry.
I did. Most importantly,
He said you're under 6 minutes.
Everybody know about the charity.
Yes,
That's
please.
unbelievable.
Oh man. Oh, Dion still cracks 5. Yeah, easily. Easily. Actually, Dion.
That families never see a bill. So go to Run Rich Run.
That's the coolest part, man.
Click on the St. Jude donate button.
So much fun. So much fun. Oh my God. Those are the best. Those are the best. All right, what happened to my game tracker here? Why did we lose this? Let me refresh my guy here. Because I want to pull this up so we can watch the end of the game. All right, it's 15-3, 10 minutes left. Is being 1 for 11 on third down good? Nah, you know what? It's better than being 0 for 11 on third down, Austin. It's better than being 0 for 11. Kind of a critical stat, don't you think? I mean, here's the thing. Lamar hasn't been particularly good tonight, but his receivers aren't helping him out either. That's generally how these things go whenever it ends up being at a lopsided score the way that it should be. By the way, I like Brian Flores as a head coach. Love Brian Flores, especially as a defensive coach. I think he gets his guys to play hard for him. I think they like playing for him. The issue that I have is that he has no idea what to do on the offensive side of the ball. He needs to find a good offensive coordinator. Dude, if Shanahan were to leave, Shanahan come to Miami, go find a quarterback with your top pick in the draft, and figure it the F out. Bring Aaron Rodgers to Miami. Look at that. Look at that. A bad throw by Lamar. A ball should have never been at Marquise's ankles, but he should still catch that because he's a wide receiver. It's what he's paid to do. And still can't catch a football. That's embarrassing. Oh, Marquise Brown. He really, Gabe, it was kind of hard for him to body catch it whenever it might have hit his ankles. That's the problem. Yeah, the throw was not good, but Brown has got to be better than that. All right, 15-3, 1st and 10, 10:42 left in the fourth quarter. You're up by 12 points. You got 2 scores. You need at least a field goal here. Plan for at least a field goal. Austin. Boomer humor. That's exactly what it is. Hollywood should change his name to Bakersfield. Oh, man. All right. You're playing. All right. So this is, I was going to say, they're probably going to do nothing but RPOs from here. And that right there is exactly what they're going to try to do all the way down the field. I can't believe the Ravens are about to get beat by a combo of Tua and Jacoby Brissett. I want to see the stats of this game. What are we looking at here? I'm just going to pull up fantasy. Let's see. Is this fixed yet? Why is this not working? going to have to redo this, huh? This is a Murphy's Law game for you, man. And they just keep moving the ball, too. I mean, the defense has played semi-well up to this point, but you still shouldn't be letting Tua and Brissett move the ball like this. I'm trying to find out how to get this game. I don't know why the game tracker's not showing. Let me delete this. Remove. Yes. Add one more. Hey, there we go. Make this bigger. Let's just get it to cover this whole thing, huh? All right. Let's see. 93.4% win probability. Yeesh. Jacoby Brissett played half the game and still has more passing yards than Lamar Jackson. I'm not saying, I'm just saying Austin. Doug for our headline, Dolphins guard cheated out of the greatest big man TD in NFL history. It was a pretty damn good one. Thank you. Sorry, Austin. My condolences. His rating is a 69.1. Nice. Let's see. I want to see what other stats we got going on here. Oh wait, we can flip this, right? Look. Tua. Let's look at Tua. Nice job by the Miami player. Oh, it didn't. It just took me to this. I don't want to do this. For the brand punt right there. Yep. Good job by Rollins to understand where he's at. Didn't, and look, the extra 2 inches right there from his foot is not going to matter. Just lock the ball up. Just lock the ball up, get him on the 1, and be happy. Don't try to do too much right there. By the way, I've drafted a punter that's inside the more than 80% of the time. How high do you draft him? I mean, 6th or 7th round, especially with the amount that teams are not punting nowadays. Right? Oh, well, that was a delay of game that they didn't call. Yeah, they called it. They did call it. Never mind. Which is good for the Ravens, actually, because that looked pretty terrible. What am I doing? Scoreboard? Sorry, I'm not doing very good with our scoreboard here. Because I want to see game tracker. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Lamar, man, is just everything is off right now. Big guy celebrations are the best. Everybody loves to see a fat guy celebrate. Doesn't matter if it's defensive line, offensive line. That's fair. The SDU has 30 punts of 50 plus this year since the 80s. I'm sure some team will take them in like the 3rd or the 4th round. The Giants probably will. They love punting the ball. Good job by Lamar just to get out of that play. The Giants love punting the ball. They don't believe in going forward on fourth down, even in the right situations. They don't particularly like getting first downs. They love punting the ball. So Giants will probably take them. Dave Gettleman will say, screw your analytics. I'm taking a punter in the third round. Oh my God. I mean, that's the epitome of the rule. The rule is the rule. Don't hate the refs for calling the rule. Hate the league for implementing the rule. But that is how it needs to be applied. If it is actually if it is actually going to be applied. All right, 1st and 10. Here we go. Lamar's got it. 2x2 set. Shotgun. Miami sugar in the A gaps. Looks like quarters behind it. They're bringing it. Yep. Nice little out there by Lamar. If Lamar saw that, he had an out and a streak right there. He would have had that streak one-on-one if he would have been able to hold in there. If they had extra protection, if that running back stays in, or if the running back is able to scrape across his face and catch that extra blitzer from the left side, Lamar's got a one-on-one on that deep one. Miami's playing off. They're playing quarters. Yep. Oh, no. Oh, they called him down. Oh, Austin, I can only imagine how much you're screaming at your television right now or computer screen. That honestly, that looked like a fumble at the start to me. Nope, knees down. Knees down by a mile. Good call by the refs. Both. It did at first. It looked like one at first to me, but the number might back up drafting him day 2 since you get them inside of the 10. Or yeah, I mean it's useful. It's useful, Gabe, but it's you got to think about the opportunity cost that you get there too. There's no shot I'm taking a punter in day 2 or day 3. He would have to be a damn good running back for me to take a running back day 2. Because you can find value in other places. Oh, is that helmet to helmet? Yeah, you don't want to be punting. I don't want to I mean, punting is a part of the game. Punting is a part of the game. No matter how good you are, you're going to punt. But I'd rather spend my resources on not punting rather than being a good punting team. Oh. Bateman's been really good on third down for the Ravens. I know there's a lot of people that love him, but for me, I feel like Bateman is the guy on third down. Man, I am so far behind what the actual game is right now. Little draw play. Let me see if I can get this on YouTube TV. Sure as shit can't be Carlsbad being the guy on third down, right? What in the world? All right. Well, it looks like I'm just stuck. For whatever reason, Prime Video is slower than everything else tonight. I wonder, I was watching one earlier that looked like it was faster. I just don't remember which one it was. Man, chat, I did not expect to watch this full game. I thought this was gonna be just be done with it and we out. Mm. All right, now I'm caught up. I'm almost there to where you are, Gabe. Finally. Hey, there's Mark Andrews. That's the guy we said was gonna have a good game tonight. What did Andrews end up doing? I want to see. I need to look at stats. Curious. This game is drunk. Austin, I hope you were drunk. I really hope you were drunk, my brother. This is going to be your defense needs to stop Tua Tagovailoa and Gaskin to be able to give Lamar a shot to win this game. Isn't that Lamar's first roughing call since like 2019? I mean, Twitter would have you believe it is. That's for sure. Of course. Of freaking course. The guy that I'm playing in my main fantasy league has Miami's defense. 17 points. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. If I had known that, I would have been cheering much harder for you, Austin. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Lamar Jackson, 21, 33, 170 yards, 1 touchdown. Big for him. 1 touchdown, no picks, 4 sacks, 28 yards lost, 9 for 39. Devontae Freeman, 10 for 35. Man, what what was the running back? Tyson Williams that we thought was gonna have a good season. He looked pretty spry. Miami linemen are better at everything but blocking. That says a lot. Devontae Freeman, DuVernay, Levante Bell, Andrews 5 for 48 and a touchdown. Wasn't as good as I thought. It does have 6 targets. Marquise Brown has 13 targets. Next closest is Andrews with 6. When you throw 13 times at Marquise Brown and he catches less than half of them, probably should consider going somewhere else. Lord have mercy. All right, Brissett, 11 for 23, 156, averaging 6.8. No TDs, no picks, 2 sacks, 17 yards. Tua, 7 of 12, 94 yards. 7.8 is his average, 1 sack for 6. 83 rating. Albert Wilson got sacked on his 1 attempt. Gaskin, 11 for 21. Like, it's funny, you look at this, you look at these offensive stats by players, and it's like, holy cow. How is there any offense? And then you're like, oh, it's only 15-10. There isn't any. Isaiah Ford, 84 yards. Jalen Waddle, 61. Nobody has a touchdown. Only touchdown in this game for anybody before that was no Mike. You should hear me. Um, only touchdown that should have happened before that last one was the pick six. All right. Byron Jones has had a good night. Interesting. I was like, Gabe, what are you talking about? I got full mic volume over here. All right, let's go back to the game. Reload. I got the Twitch sports feed on with Akib and Andrew Hawk. Oh, little RPO. Wow, he was wide. Oh my God. I'm sorry I missed it. What is Baltimore doing? Little RPO and they just left him wide open. All right, Baltimore. And Baltimore, I mean, here's the thing. Baltimore's got 3 times. It's not the worst thing, right? Baltimore's got 3 timeouts. It's 1st and 5. It's inside the 10, right? That's what it looked like. Is it inside the 10? It is inside the 10. Okay. 1st and 5 inside the 10. Stop peddling hope. Look, the Ravens have come out of some weird freaking situations this year. It is not normal. I agree with you. Miami does need to kill clock. No matter what they do, they don't want to score if you can score a touchdown, score a touchdown. Right? But don't be afraid to go down. Just don't get the ball stripped. The problem is you're going to need a touchdown on this, right, Austin? You got 3 timeouts. You're using them now because you know that they can't get a first down. It's either touchdown or nothing. And if you're burning all 3 of these, they're going to run the ball. They're at least going to try to run the ball. At least on the first 2. Maybe even on the third one. Here's my thing. If and I love this specifically on second down. I'm looking for a naked boot with Tua. Give me something with, looks like a heavy set and it's going to be play action, and give me a naked boot with Tua. Problem is Ravens bring enough blitzes that you better have somebody clearing that backside to be able to help Tua just in case. But if you're going to do it, Tua needs to know that, oh no, they're lining up in pistol. I was going to say, but if you're going to do it, Tua's got to know that either he needs to get down. Oh, false start. Well, there's good and bad here. The good news is that it makes it harder for Miami to get in the end zone. Bad news is that now you've got to play the pass too, because now you know that Miami is going to be looking for that touchdown still. Oh man, if I'm Miami, I'm running a pitch to that open side. Yep. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. Play of the game. Humphrey's got to close on that tighter. Wait, can they get a first down? They can't get a first down, right? They're just on the 1. Oh, this is if Jacoby Brissett is Vinny, if Jacoby Brissett is healthy, bring him in and let him sneak it. Okay, I didn't realize they could get a first down. Oh, they moved it. It's now 3rd and 2, not 3rd and 1. Anybody else see them do that? Oh yeah, that's a full 2. You can't sneak it from here. Damn, they marked him down way shorter than what that was. Interesting. Oh, he got in. No, they marked him down. Either way, it's a first down. So that right there, that's what you didn't want to happen, actually. If he's gonna get the first down, you want him to get in. I mean, he is close. That's ball game. He's definitely not in. He's just barely past the sticks, it looks like. That's literally the one spot that Miami wanted to put the ball. I mean, here's the thing. A lot of times you look at this. Yeah, that's optimal for Miami. You're exactly right. Here's the thing. This isn't a situation where you want to let them get in because it's still going to be one score if you keep them out. And you can get the ball back with 30 seconds left ish. Because this one play is going to take it down to 2 minutes. And then you got 45 seconds for 2 other plays. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was gonna say if you're gonna let him score now. All right, well, look, it's not the worst idea to score right there, right? For Miami. I mean, it's 2 scores. Their win probability is probably 98, 99% right now. 100%. Oh, well, yeesh. Sorry, Austin. Man, that sucks. For the Ravens. All right, let's see. I want to see Mac Jones's all right, Tua, 158, 8 for 13, 158, 61.5 completion percentage, QB rating of 104. That right there, that's a Mac Jones line. That's a Mac Jones line. Oh, hey, it's 99.9%. It's not 100. It's not 100. Austin, there's still hope. It's 0.1%. There's still hope. AFC North parodies. Dude, it's insane, right? Like, look at this. Let's see if this actually pulls up the way I want it to. Look at this. AFC North. Right here. The only team that's 6-2. No matter. So what I'm seeing, Austin, is that you don't want to be first in the AFC North right now. Watch Pittsburgh win the AFC. No shot. No shot. The way I read this is you don't want to be first in the AFC North because every week whoever's first in the AFC North loses. I'm curious as to how far back that goes. Because think about it. Of course, this isn't going to go. This isn't going to let me do it by week, is it? So, Bengals were number 1 for the last 2 weeks, and they lost both games because they were first in the AFC North. They lost. They were still first because of a bad week, and then they ended up last. And then Browns are now 5-4. Ravens are now the number 1, and now they've ended up losing. They'll still, because they're going to be 6-3 and not 5-3, they'll still be number 1 throughout the weekend. But apparently it's bad to be first in the AFC North. Is there a way to look up standings by week? Now I'm very curious. No shot Pittsburgh wins the AFC North. That's the one team that I can't see winning the AFC North. I just don't think they could put it together for oh yes, thank you PFR. All right, week 9, the Baltimore Ravens were 6-2. Wait, is that not right? That's not right. Is this refreshed? Hang on. Is PFR wrong? I feel like PFR is wrong. Because I'm looking at... Let me do this so you guys can see. All right, let's look at this as week 9. Standings after week 9, right? This says Steelers are 6-2. Oh, this is 2011. I'm an idiot. Dodo. My bad. I don't know why it starts on 2011 and not 2021. All right, Baltimore Ravens 6-2. Gonna lose this week. Now, if we go back to week 8, come on. Why is this not doing what I ask it to? 8. Okay, show standings. .1. Don't pencil in a loss. Lamar got to pad his stats. I need to flip the game back on while I'm doing this. We'll see. I mean, Lamar can add some yardage to his stats, maybe even a touchdown after week 8. The Ravens didn't lose last week, did they? For some reason, I thought the Bengals were number 1 last week, but I guess not. After week 7, this doesn't feel right, though, because the Bengals 2 weeks ago were number 1 in the division. Yeah, that doesn't feel right. This isn't right. Because I think the Bengals had the tiebreaker and lost that week. Now I want to look this up. All right. Cincinnati lost. Yeah, see, I was pretty sure Bengals were number 1 a couple of weeks ago. So this isn't accurate. Bengals should be up there. That's what I thought too. Because they had the tiebreaker, I'm pretty sure. And then they lost to Cleveland, and then it flipped. And I think Cleveland was number one after that, if I remember correctly. Because I want to say the entire division flipped, except for, or the top and the bottom flipped off of that week. Anyways, okay, that didn't work out like I expected. Sorry. All right. Lamar. Oh, Lamar. That was just a stupid throw. In conclusion, the AFC is a cluster. NFC is a top four, and then there's the rest. Yes, that is absolutely right. I don't know if you guys saw our tiers from the other night. Oh, I forgot to tweet out tiers. Shoot. I forgot to send out tiers the other night. I totally forgot. I don't know if you guys saw them. But right here. This is where we ended up on tiers for the other night. Oh, son of a bitch. Austin. Yeah. Yep. It's only 11:46 for me, so it's midnight here. But yeah, well, looks like we were smart to not raise the Ravens up and put them in as a Super Bowl contender, like we had discussed. Just not there yet. I think they're such a week to week type of team. It makes it really hard for me to put them in as a Super Bowl contender. We'll see about the Titans. Titans are going to be a big one this week. Who else? I feel for you. I feel for you, man. I feel for you, Austin. Dolphins might be only bad. No, Dolphins are still top. Look, Jags won last week. Jags beat the Bills last week. I'm not taking them out of top 5 draft pick. They're still there. Dolphins super contender. Exactly. Yeah. Like, I'm not overreacting to one game. Miami didn't really clear Houston by a large hurdle last week. It was still pretty close. We're not there yet. Miami still doesn't have a quarterback. The NFL does have weird games. I'm telling you, man, it's matchups, it's strategy, it's coaches, it's everything, right? Like, and it's also players. Like, it's the world's best team sport. There is no other sport that is more reliant on team than NFL. And you can say that the quarterback is the most important position in all of sports, but the reality is that if you have good players at positions around that, you can still win. The 2001 Ravens won with Trent Dilfer at quarterback because they were good everywhere else. They were built in a way that they could win without a quarterback. It was a team sport. Gabe, this is the first Thursday night game that we've missed in a long time on our prediction. We've pretty much nailed the last 4 or 5, I believe. So, yeah. Man, this one surprises me. I'm super surprised by this one. The only way that I thought that this was going to be crazy is if Lamar only way that this turns out this way for me was Lamar has to be off. Dolphins have to run pretty much the perfect defense, and they pretty much did. I didn't get enough. I'll watch the all 22 tomorrow, but I didn't get enough of a watch of the game to really understand exactly what happened. But it certainly looked like the Dolphins defense had the Ravens number tonight. Literally everyone said, yeah, like I said, this looked like a game where the Ravens were going to win up front on both sides of the ball, and that Miami shouldn't have an answer based on the way that they play defense, shouldn't have an answer for Lamar. So I'll be curious to know exactly what happened. I'll definitely get the all 22 and look at it tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Oh, this one will be a fun one. Yeah, this will be a good one to look at on Friday. Just never got to the point where they would score. Yeah, well, and I mean, whenever you have Marquise Brown that only catches less than half of his 14 or 15 targets is just insane to me. You can't have a player. I don't care how good he is and how much he gets open often downfield. I remember having this conversation with a coach one time, and I said, he said, "Well, what's better, having a player who can get open but can't catch the ball, or having a player that can catch the ball but can't get open?" And I said, well, just because he can get open doesn't mean he's going to be throwing the ball. And if he can't catch it, then who cares if he gets open? And he said, well, if he can't get open, who cares if he can catch it? I said, well, Mike Evans he doesn't necessarily always get open, but he can catch it. He also drops a lot that he shouldn't too. So interesting. I think it was the Ravens had to spot them 4 turnovers to win. I think I said that about one of the games tonight. I said, "Hey, look, if I can't remember if it was one of these games, but in one of the games tonight, I said like it would have to be one of those games where they give them 4 turnovers, basically. And I don't know if it was this one or not. So, and very, very interesting game tonight. It's just this just continued a very weird week for the NFL. Like the weird 7 days in terms of a week, right? Like, I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it. There are some games where I'm like, okay, yeah, I could totally see something like an upset happening. Like Jets, Cincinnati. Yeah. All right. Jets or Cincinnati coming off a big win against the Ravens. Jets, going into the Jets and Jets getting a quarterback that can actually throw, potential letdown game. All of a sudden you're looking at a Cincinnati team that just whipped the Ravens that now all of a sudden is now losing to a Jets team that's not very good. So it's a very like, but then you get Jacksonville and Buffalo last week, and Buffalo has no business losing that game. And all of a sudden, now I'll tell you this, one of the big things that I've learned about the NFL is when the quarterback has an off game, it changes a lot. And when the quarterback has an off game, it's kind of crazy. So, whenever you're like tonight looking at Lamar not hitting all of his throws, that changes a lot of what they're able to do. And I could put a lot of it on Marquise Brown, but when Lamar is not accurate, this offense just isn't efficient enough. If Lamar's not accurate, everything else has to work. And if you get a team that's ready to play good defense against you, like Miami did, then this is the type of result that you get. And it's kind of the same. Last week, Josh Allen, the quarterback, had one of his bad games. And he used to talk about this all the time with Jay Cutler. When Jay Cutler had 1 or 2 bad games, like horrible games a year, and that's just how it was. Just how it was. You just got used to seeing him. And people were always surprised by him. Like, oh my God, he had this horrible game. Well, no, this is pretty much who he is. He's going to give you 4 or 5 or, 6 or 7 kind of games where he's a little bit all over the place, but leans to the good side. And then he's going to give you 3 or 4 games where he looks like he's a all-pro franchise quarterback. And then he's going to give you 2 or 3 games where he looks like he belongs on the bench for the entire year. So, the lower you get, that's why I talk about consistency so much, especially at the quarterback position. The best are the ones that do it for consistently for the greatest amount of time. And that's why Tom Brady is the greatest of all time. I thought when Tom Brady and Peyton Manning were both playing at the same time, I thought Peyton Manning was better. I thought Peyton Manning was a better quarterback when they were playing against each other. I still stand by that. I think in a small sample size, Peyton Manning is better. I think over their full career, you have to say Brady is better. So, yeah. Yeah. It's just kind of how it is. Berkeley 66, I Rise 24. Thank you guys so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate it, guys. Welcome in. I think we're getting this is getting to the end of it, guys. I appreciate you guys coming in, hanging out. Appreciate you guys hanging out through the sidecast. It's been an absolute blast throughout the night. We got our previews in. We talked about all the games. Let me go back to that screen. So we got our previews in, got all of the games in. Let me get rid of this guy. Talked about all the games coming up this week. Some really interesting games, some fairly big lines on some of them, but some really kind of weird games as well. I think the Chiefs Raiders matchup is going to be fun. Rams San Francisco, probably not as fun, but one I want to keep my eye on. Seattle Green Bay should be a close game. Philly and Denver, not the not the type of teams that you're going to get excited to watch, but man, that particular game should be fun. Let's see. Carolina, Arizona. I mean, we're on quarterback watch for that particular game. Carolina is going to cover a 10.5 line. Hodsy, listen. We have talked about this. We are not picking against the Cardinals. We've done this too many times, and I've told chat I can't do it. And then last week I picked against the Cardinals and nobody told me not to, and I lost, and I regret doing it again. I think I've picked against them once and it's actually turned out pretty well. Once, and I think I covered whenever I picked against them. So we can't pick against the Cardinals. I think you look at Manning versus Brady and people say Manning was bad in the playoffs, but the numbers don't bear that out. He just didn't get better in the playoffs. Yeah, well, and I don't think, I mean, that's where it becomes a team sport, right? Like whenever it's not just about the quarterback. It's so much about the coach in the playoffs. And I think that's the fun thing about the playoffs for me is that's when everything that happens during the season is put on a greater display for everyone else to see, right? Because when you get into the playoffs, now all of a sudden it's equal team to equal team. I don't care. Like, look, the wild card round of the playoffs, you might have a little bit of a mismatch between a couple of teams, but there are so many wild card teams that come in and end up running the table and making it to the Super Bowl. Because to me, the talent level of teams that are even in the playoffs, it gets a lot closer. And that's what I keep saying about the NFL is the bottom team in the NFL can beat the top team in the NFL. That's not necessarily the case on a Saturday in college football, right? The talent levels in the NFL are so much closer. Look, there are talent discrepancies. There's deltas between teams. But for the most part, any team can beat any team on any given Sunday. Miami had no business beating Baltimore tonight. No business. Sorry, Austin. But they had no business beating them. And they came in, they had a good game plan, they executed. Baltimore didn't execute. And I think it looked like to me that Miami had a better game plan coming in. Because it didn't look like the Ravens were doing anything special that were getting guys wide open. And Lamar was having to throw under pressure. And when you're throwing, there's no reason you should be under pressure against a Miami defense. A defensive line just isn't good enough. So, Vinny, unless it's Colt McCoy. So even with Colt McCoy last week, they covered. Arizona covered. So if it's Colt McCoy this week, I don't know. I don't know how I'll feel about it. But if it's Colt McCoy this week, then that line moves from 10.5 to 8, maybe 8.5. So we'll see. If someone is 10-7 but 5-1 versus playoff teams, I'm back. Yeah, absolutely, Oddsy. New Mexico State versus Bama. We know who's winning. Exactly. I mean, Urban Meyer said it's like playing Alabama every week. Yeah, because you're playing a team that matches your talent level. You're gonna have to be a little bit more cunning, a little bit more clever, a little bit smarter about how you prepare. And oh, by the way, the details matter a lot more now. You can't just waltz into a game and say, "Hey, I think we're gonna beat this team." Half-ass your coaching job because you're that much talented than them. That doesn't happen in the NFL. I love the old Tony Dungy thing. I love the old Tony Dungy. He had a little anecdote, and he used to tell his players, he's like, "Look, my kids, they go to school every week, right? Like they go to school every single day. And then once they get into school, they do their work or whatever, and then they uh they they know when they're going to have a test. Their teacher tells them a week ahead of time, "Hey, you're going to have a test next Thursday. Come prepared because we're going to have a test on Thursday." And they're like, "Okay, great." Well, they all of a sudden on Wednesday night, they come in and his kids are like, "Oh no, I got to cram. I got to cram for the test on Wednesday." Wednesday night, they're cramming for the test. And he's like, the thing is, like, they're worried about the test. What they shouldn't be worried about the test. They should be worried about the 4 or 5 days in preparation for the test. Because if they take those 4 or 5 days and treat those as test preparation, by the time the test comes, they don't have to be worried about the test. The test takes care of itself. They show up and everything just kind of opens up for them. They know what the questions are before they're even answered, right? Or before they're even asked. And it doesn't matter what question you put on the test, as long as you know the content and know what you're up against, then you're gonna have an answer for whatever that question is. And he says football's the same way. He goes, "We play every Sunday. We know when we're gonna play. We got a schedule laid out and everything." He goes, "Sunday should be the easy day. Sunday, we show up and do what we've talked about doing every single day that week. And as long as we've prepared the right way, we've looked at the right stuff, and we know what we're up against, then Sunday should just be the day we get to go out and do what we do and enjoy what we do on a Sunday. The hard part should be what we do during the week. Because when we prepare at a certain level and we do it at that level all week long, if we practice hard and prepare hard and watch enough film, then by the time Sunday comes along, we can enjoy the win. We can enjoy walking out on the field and being in 3rd and 7 and seeing what the offense is about to do and knowing exactly what's about to happen and be able to defend that perfectly because we already know the answer to the test. Sunday shouldn't be the hard day. Sunday should be the easy day. And I always thought that was a really interesting way to approach it. To talk about how the prep is the work. And I think there was somebody else that said there was a tweet or something or a quote I saw the other day on Twitter where somebody was like, "Hey, there's power in having the patience to do mundane things over and over and over again." And I love that, right? Love that. Do the thinking in practice so you don't have to think in the game. Exactly. It's all reaction, right? You walk into the game and all of a sudden you see a formation and you go, "Ooh, I know that formation." One of my favorite clips ever, is Cam Newton walks up to the line of scrimmage. They're inside the 5. He's at Carolina. He walks up to the line of scrimmage, starts barking out something in terms of calls, and then the linebacker says something and calls the play out, to of what Carolina is about to run, and Cam stops and goes, "Oh, watch the wheel. You're right, Hodzy. Watch the wheel." And he goes, "Oh, you've been watching film, huh? Okay, watch this." And then he hikes the ball and they don't run the play that he thought. But that's the kind of interaction that I love to see because it might have been Clay Matthews. But yeah, like that's one of my favorite clips because these guys look and they identify it and then they know what's coming. The only problem is that the other coordinators getting paid money too. So yeah, like that's the thing is like he knew what was coming. They just changed it. They just tweaked it just a little bit, right? Like he knew what was coming. And he knew how the other team was going to react to it. So like that's the chess game for me. That's the chess match. And look, I don't get into it in terms of like breaking down every single play and saying, oh, hey, they're going to run, they're going to run spider 2 Y banana on this play and trying to guess what the defense is going to run against it. But from a high level before we enter the game, that's the fun part. Like that's why I'm saying like the Raiders and Chiefs, the Raiders have seen the blueprint to beat the Chiefs. Too high on defense all day long, force Mahomes to be patient, which he's proven he can't be throughout the course of a game so far. But that's not what the Raiders do. So do they switch it and do what they're supposed to do against that particular offense? They were in an angle route and not the wheel route. Yeah, like I said, there was something that they had tweaked in that particular play where they got him on. But Cam knew that guy had the wrong thing, which is why he was just like, hey, watch this. But yeah, in that like the Raiders know the Raiders do A. They know they need to do B to win this game on defense. Do they switch to B? And if they do switch to B, can they execute B well? Because if they switch to B, it's not just about switching to running too high. It's can you run too high well enough? It's like what did Belichick say? He says everybody likes to, quote, do your job, but the unspoken thing there is do your job well, right? Like you can flip to cover 2, you can do 2 high safeties, but can you do it well enough to stop them? So do the Raiders flip and do that, or do they just run what they typically run because they've been pretty good at it? So do they do it like that? Like that's an element of the game that we don't know yet. And I'm fascinated to see what that runs. Now, look, it's probably not going to be, oh, they're going to flip straight to cover 2 or only run cover 3. They may mix and match within it, but they know they have a good blueprint of what works. So do you change a winning formula? Well, that's the problem is they've been winning with cover 3, but teams have been winning against KC with cover 2. So what matters more? And those decisions, like I said, the decision for Baltimore, if Austin, I hope you're still not. I hope you've gone to bed by now because we're about to talk about the Ravens and Bengals. But like if you talk about like the Bengals Ravens game where the Bengals put up like 31 unanswered in the second half, the Bengals came into that game very well prepared for what Baltimore was going to do. They knew Baltimore was going to blitz. And so they came in and they put a tight end and a running back in the backfield to help protect Burrow. And then the other decision in that game was what does Baltimore do with Jamar Chase? Do they put Marlon Humphrey on him and say, you can lock him up, you're good to go, we're going to be fine? Or do you put Marlon Humphrey on somebody else and then rotate the coverage over to Jamar Chase to make sure he doesn't beat you? And they said, we'll put Humphrey on him, it'll be just fine. And that was the wrong decision. Jamar Chase ended up having 200 yards plus a couple TDs. And that was a massive mismatch in favor of the Bengals. And a couple of those decisions determined the outcome of the game. Because from there, and again, that's why I lean on coaching more than I do players, is because if you make those type of decisions as a coach, it's not about Marlon Humphrey executing. Marlon Humphrey was never going to be able to guard Jamar Chase in the way that the Bengals used Jamar Chase. Just a bad matchup. Not something that the Ravens should have decided. That's not necessarily on Marlon Humphrey to be able to execute. It's just not what he should have been doing in that situation. They should have put him in a better position to be successful. And when they put him in a position to be unsuccessful, that's not on him. Marlon Humphrey's a good player, but he's not the type of player that can lock down Jamar Chase. So when Jamar Chase makes him look like a chump, it is what it is. That formula just played itself out. 1 + 1 = 2. When you put those two things together, Marlon Humphrey's going to get eat up in coverage. I mean, it's just kind of how it is. So to me, again, that's why I look at it. That's what fascinates me about this, and why I'm super excited even every Sunday, because the NFL always presents a challenge. No 2 weeks are the same. There's always upsets every single week. All of those type of things. I think they'll go out there running the same thing. And if they get beat, they'll pivot into more too high. Yeah, that's where game flow and game script comes in, right? Like if they feel like they can, here's the thing: if the Raiders feel like they can move the ball on the Chiefs and they can go out and the Raiders feel like, hey, we can still be able to put up 30, 40 points, they may be less inclined to flip, right? Like they may say, hey, we can stick into cover 1 or cover 3 as much as we want. And then if we need to flip in cover 2, we can buy ourselves a little bit of time because our offense can score basically at will. But if your offense can't score at will, then you got to be a little bit more precise about your changes, right? So we'll see. We'll see. But are you willing to spot KC 7-14 in order to figure that? That's what you're doing, right, Vinny? Like that's a great question. Like if you come out and cover 3 and KC moves the ball down the field on the first drive, you immediately got to flip to cover 2 to 2 high safeties. Hodzy Gus Bradley will be, because the crux is he doesn't think his single high will get, and that's where I'm at, Hodzy. I'm with you. I don't know that Gus Bradley has always run what he's run. I don't know of a spot where he's been where he doesn't run this type of defense, this coverage, and he will sprinkle in 2 high safeties, but he doesn't run it as a base of his defense, even if the game dictates it. And while I think the Raiders have a pretty solid defense, I don't think they have the type of personnel to be able to run it. I don't think they have the same personnel of what he had with the Legion of Boom that's going to be able to manage this out of single high all day. I think he's going to have to sprinkle in more cover too. Unless they get up by 14, force another turnover, and Patrick Mahomes shows that he's just been inaccurate and not good. So I don't know. We'll see. It'll be fun. Have you watched much of Kurt Warner's film stuff on YouTube? I have not. I have not. Most of the film stuff that I watch is usually linked through Twitter. That's where I find most of my film stuff. Like clips of other people breaking down film. That's where I always find it. All right, guys, it is past midnight here on Thursday, not Thursday, but now on Friday. Appreciate you guys. Vinny, good conversation. I'm out. Have a good night. I am too, my brother. I appreciate you coming and hanging out with us. Thanks for sticking around the entire night. For anybody new here, we do this Tuesday nights. We do a recap show. Thursday nights, we do a weekly preview show. And then on Sunday mornings, we do our pregame show. That's where we go through specific matchups, talk a little bit more in depth about every single game that week, make our final picks for the week. That's always a fun one. That's always a good one. We end up always having a little bit more coming in and sticking around for that one. So thank you guys so much. Really appreciate everybody hanging out tonight. It's been an absolute blast. Hodzy, Vinny, be eating. Austin's probably gone. Austin's probably deep in a drink by now. Gabe, as always, everybody, appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Hopefully I will get to see you guys all on Sunday whenever we make our final picks. Thank you guys. Have a good one.